All right, guys. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Today's a new day. Make sure we had some sound. What's up, guys? I'm Justin. Thank you guys for joining me. Starting a little early. Um, we got a lot on the list already. You got some news with CoreWeave. You have Nvidia, right? SoftBank selling their entire stake. Um, what else? Meta. A team member from Meta this morning has left to build his own data centers. So there is there's a lot going on this morning, which is good. Yesterday I didn't have any trades. We were looking for that that bounce back, that V bottom. Um, Happened right around lunchtime. I wasn't able to grab that. Let me see here. So what I'm doing, let me get set up. Just give me 2 minutes. If you guys have any questions, any tickers, news, throw it in the chat. We'll go over it. Right now, I'm just pulling up the scanners and getting everything ready so we can put ourselves in the best position. So now would be the chance if you need to get your pen and paper out, get it out. You should already have it out. So we'll go over, set a game plan. Got a couple hours till this bell rings. What's going on here? Come on. Let's see. Come on. And what the fuck? What is going on here? Let's see here. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. Again, my name's Justin. If you guys have any questions, again, put them in the comment section. If you have any tickers, um, anything of the sort. All right. You guys can always give back to the stream if you'd like. All that information should be in the description. So if you make some money with us today and you guys want to give back, um, any proceeds that were made, whether it's from learning, you know, execution, taking trades with us. Again, just because I take a trade, let me just say this. Let's go over the disclaimer real quick. Um, what I do may not be right for you. Okay, I understand the gist behind why it is, um, why I'm doing what it is that I'm doing. Right? I could have a day. There could be things that are going on that I'm not stating out loud, and if you're new, you're not really going to understand. So be cautious. What I do may not be right for you. Right? I very well, I have losing trades from time to time, right? But it's how you manage those losses. So, again, seek a financial advisor. If you're here to throw money at the wall, this probably isn't the place for you, right? Have some respect for your money, have respect for your time, and just because the market's open doesn't mean you need to execute a position, okay? So, just keep that in the back of your mind. And again, today, if not the week's word is execution. So let's get into it. We're going to just start with the overall markets. We'll see where everything is at. If I don't get right to your question, just give me a second and I'll get it. I'm going to have to get another monitor or something so I can fit everything. All right, guys, let's get into it. So I thought about yesterday taking a shot on a possible small gap down, seeing if we couldn't get a pullback. And I never took that because I didn't have confidence that you would get the type of move that you needed. I wasn't going to fight the trend, so I'm going to wait. Your 9 EMA 20 day, it's all right there. I mean, you have a few points there, but look, we as you can see, it was the right decision. We haven't really moved. Okay, we've pulled back a little bit, but not much. Right, not much. So, um, with the government shutdown, I'm not going to fight the trend. That's a positive news catalyst. It's not a negative. So I'm going to just continue to lean bullish. I'm a little leery about this rally. Not so much so that I'm not, hanging my hat on the short side, but so first things first, right? We're pulling back. You have this pivot high here on the ES, right? You have this whole zone, highs, 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 right? Now, I had this box drawn where it's at for a reason. Anything below this 6840, you got to look for, you know, pullbacks unless you're above it holding support. Let's go back. Let's go back to the 4 hour. I'm just going to cruise through this. So we've entered into the gap, right? That's what we did yesterday, right? That's what we did yesterday. If you look at the daily chart, you've entered, you went, you filled the gap, right? That's the story being played out this week. You ran up, you hit the gap. Now, you know, do we find this support zone in this area at 6840 to 6850? It's that, it's nothing more, nothing less than that. Can we hold these previous lows? Can we hold these previous lows? That's what it's going to come down to. Right now, this is still red. It should technically be green, but I'm looking for support. I think our support zones are down here, right? I think our support zones are down at 6,800. So I'm trying to be patient and wait for that. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Technically anything up until, you're just running into resistance after resistance after resistance. You have a zone right here at 6,870. And then as soon as you get through that, 6,900, right? And then 69.2. So it's not going to be easy. That easy ride was yesterday, right? What I mean by that is you didn't have too much in your way to stop you from the climb. All right. So I'm still going to attempt to try to wait for a little bit of a pullback. This may be the pullback here, right? This is your gap entry. So right now we're holding it on the ES. But the question is, do you get that rejection, pullback, back down into 6,800? That's what we're going to look for, right? Or I'm going to look for that. And if we can consolidate and attempt to hold that 68.2, that would be a nice opportunity for a possible long-sided trade, right? So again, this bright green box, this yellow box, that green is your 20, the 9 EMA is the yellow box. These green boxes are just support zones, and this red box down here is your 50-day. It's supposed to be a little bit brighter than the rest. Um, so, so I'm going to hurry up and get through this because I don't want to spend a bunch of time when I want to get through some tickers. Um, I want to see where this takes us, right? It's pretty simple. Again, 68.5, right? This zone here, it looks like you are trying to hold on the 4 hour, right? It looks like you're trying to hold the 68.4, right? 68.4 to 68.50. That whole zone is going to be, can we make it a support zone, right? So that's the ES, right? That's going to be it. Again, I'm looking for pullbacks down into some other support zone, whether it's a 9 EMA, 20-day, right around that 67.8, 6,800 area, right? If 68, I'm going to tell you right now, 68.2 continues to hold, and then if we're holding, and then you get the confirmation that the government has opened up, that may be our trigger for a long-sided trade. At least for the overall markets, if you're looking to trade the SPY or the Qs, right? So as of right now, again, one more thing we see here, right, is we broke through this triple bottom low here, right? You broke through it. These lows right here. Bink, You broke through it yesterday, and what happened? It looks as though you're trying to hold right now, but to me, you're getting back below this little support level, right? That's all support. Support right up here is 68.5, and that's failing. So if you continue to break out and fail, um, it leads you to be a little bit cautious, right? It could just be the fact that the government hasn't officially opened yet, and it's just waiting on that confirmation, and it's starting that run of the government, opening back up. It's only a matter of time before the government opens up. Let's just be honest. But if it continues to take longer, it's not a rate cut thing here. You only got two more rate cuts, guys. So don't let people tell you it's rate cuts. All right. You only got two more. It's not gonna make it a world of a difference. It's debts being paid. Again, that's why you saw the global sell off late last week. All right, so that's the ES. Watch these pivot highs here again. 68.4 right now. We're holding it. That's that pivot high from yesterday. Um, just watching this area, and then I want to see here. You know, do we continue to reject? Well, let's go look at the NQ. The reason I'm not going to go to the SPY just yet because I want to see where the overall markets are in conjunction with one another to kind of give us our storyline on where we may or may not be heading. I got to clean this chart up. So you got this pivot low here again. We said it yesterday. This support zone could be a little wide. Okay, could be a little wide. So we are in the gap right now. The NQs are attempting to hold the gap. You're trying to hold it. You're trying to hold it. There's your gap, and right now it's trying to find that support. All right. Here. So right now the NQs are holding support. I want to see something here. The ES has a little more ways to go. You may have that 9 EMA starting to creep up on you, which we'll go ahead and look at. 682, okay. Let's go ahead and pull up this 4 hour. Let's automatically review it. Auto view. So you can see why I'm being patient on that long. You have this nice pivot high up here where this rally came to an end. Not didn't come to an end, but the top end of this left shoulder. Can we get that pullback to 62.5? I'm still wanting to see if we can get that. But it's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be a lot more bullish if we just continue to hold this gap and try for these previous highs here, right? Try for those previous highs. Now, if I pull up a 30-minute chart, the NQ is not back at those triple bottom lows. It's not. The S&Ps are. Why are the S&Ps up there and the Qs aren't? Because you have a little bit of a broader sector breadth going on in the S&Ps, which we'll get into. Right? You have some energy names climbing, financials. Nasdaq has financials in it, but so um, as much as the NQ has had a really nice day, we could look at this two ways. You have this gap, okay, and they're both sitting roughly in that gap. But those previous lows at the highs here from a week ago, a week and a half ago, you're a lot further below it than you are on the S&Ps. Okay. Um, so again, I'm just going to continue to use this gap fill. I'm going to just watch this gap, and this could be a consolidation zone here at the end of the day. Maybe you could get a trade off of that 65.6 and maybe look for that bounce back to 65.8 and get catch 200 points, and trade the range, or just wait for that bounce and see if that short can't take you down to 65.4. See if you get it, right? See if you get it. Let's go to, again, that's a decision you're going to have to make. And if you have questions about any of that, put it in the chat. Um, and this would be what I would like to get, right? Would be a bounce off of this area, let and get up to like 25.8, 25.79, okay? And then look for this trade to see if we can get that trade, okay? Right? If we just keep selling off, then I'm going to look for that trade, right? I'm going to look for that trade. So that's the range, kind of what I have in mind. All right. So it's 25.4. We're going to see if we can't try and get some support down at 25.4. Resistance zone up there at 25.8. So 400-point zone. You can see this was a nice area last week. It was that Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday. This area right here. Right there. You held it yesterday for a little while, but I feel like it may have gotten away from some people. And it's this zone right here that I would like to get, which is right down into this previous high right here. This right here. Right there. 25.4. I want 25.4 because you really didn't test it. You did, kind of, but you didn't, right? Look at this. You just broke out and you never really came back and tested that zone there. You still have the gap from Friday, which could be left unfilled for a long time. It could be 2 weeks before you go back and fill that gap. It could be a year. So I'm just going to remain patient, you guys. I'm going to remain patient. Something tells me, and hear me loud and clear, this 25.2, I think is the buy zone. 25.2. If things remain bullish, right? I think that's the area. It's just what news or what event, what gets us down there? Is it the continued sell off in Nvidia? Let's go over to the Qs. Let's do a quick check. I don't want to take too long on this. So the Dow just hanging out. This is so right now. Again, this is good because the overall markets, you can see the Dow and the SPY are right there, right with one another at those triple bottom lows. Let's go look at the IWM. Dow's at resistance. The IWM still just, I don't know, man. This thing, it just doesn't know what I feel like we're going to find out here today what the IWM wants to do. Yesterday, we had the Dow, the IWM help take us to the downside. You could have used them for the SPY. So looks like it's failing here. Let's see here. I want to watch this. Because we could probably get even a nice trade if we continue to reject this zone here, which you would have to watch the Dow or find something that's going to help give you confirmation. But if you reject 244 here, we could probably hop in. I may hop into some double leveraged inverse for the IWM here, because this could be a nice little move. What is this? It's about 1%. right? If we end up going back down to 240, so we'll see though. We'll see. All right, so that's the IWM guys, which again goes for the same as the overall markets, right? I'm watching this zone here, 243, 245 rejections, and yesterday we tested it. We kind of we did, but we didn't. 242, 242, 240. That's the zones I'm watching for on the IWM. I'm curious as to what happens here. Let's go to the Qs. All right, Qs trying to find some support. I thought I was on the 30-minute. Kind of messed me up. So we got these pivot lows here. If we're going to head higher, if the Qs are going to go ahead and get up to those previous lows, this is a good area here, right? And this would be the target if you can get through the gap, right there. Triple triple bottom lows, double top highs, right there would be the target. That's going to be 627.50 target to the upside. Okay. I'm trying to be a little patient here. Let's pull up the 4 hour real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. 625, 625, 625. Yeah, we could this could be a little bit of a choppy day, but the thing is we have news with Meta, Nvidia, CoreWeave, right? There's reasons to move this market. So I wonder if I want to move this up into 625, right? And use this zone here. Like make that the whole zone, right? 625 to 627.50. I may do that. I may make that the zones. Again, they're on the bottom end and top end. These ranges of support and resistance are wide. So you can't just, jump the gun and as soon as you hit the first support level think you're going to go long. It may work the first time or two, but then it's not going to work. And what's that going to do to your P&L, right? So far right now we're trying to hold here, but you're not getting a bounce, right? The Qs are not trying to bounce off of 620. Okay. So my plan for today on this, all right, again, it's the same as yesterday. I'm going to be patient and wait for that 625, 628 zone. And what I'm going to do here is I will go ahead. I have a tough decision to make here because it feels like we this level came in perfect. I don't want to move the 623.85 zone. Right? Look where we went yesterday. We went right up to it. You got a little bit above it. Um, but I think that changes. So bottom high. Let's just go ahead and move this. That was our gap entry. Let's go ahead and move this 625, and we're going to broaden this this pullback zone from 625. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it right there. 625 to 627.50. That's a point and a half wide. That's not nothing. All right. So hopefully we'll see if we can get this could be in a range, but if we could get that bounce and watch for a rejection up here and the government for whatever reason, let's say we get headlines today that say, "Oh, we may have trouble," but it's just a front and it's not really the truth, and the market gets a little leery. I want to see if we can't get that pullback going into like tomorrow, maybe Thursday, and get this pullback in the 611, 610. I would like to get that, which would mean that we went up, filled the gap, and could not sustain it, which isn't a good thing. So maybe I'm just being patient. I'm being patient. You have this now. We're getting this sell off with Nvidia. They're talking, Core Weave down, Meta, right? So we have some headlines here. Um, um. So that's pretty much your levels here, guys. I mean, you have there's some mild support here at 620, 620, 621, right? Which you're at now. Um, you had this pivot high from yesterday. You had that bounce off the bell, and now you're below that. You're below yesterday's high. Let me actually, um, so yeah, keep eyes out on that 625 area on the Qs. And what I'm going to do is we will just keep an eye on what's going on. If the Dow can break through 474, that's our leader, right? Then you have some upside. Then we say, okay, what's the IWM doing? Okay, well the IWM is a little bit weak. It's well below prior day's high. So that tells me the Dow may, unless you have a flight to safety, the SPY's pulling back, the Qs are pulling back, the IWM's pulling back. It's only you know, it's only right for the Dow to follow suit too. We'll see though. We'll see. If the Dow can break out, that's a price weighted index that may help. That means some of your top names are doing well. How can I make this so it's not from yesterday? I wish I could. I'll look into it later. All right, so that's the Dow. Let's go see what we have going on here with the overall markets scanners. Let's go look at Nvidia, Meta, CoreWeave reported. Let's pull up the earnings. All right, so let me actually plug in my AirPods real quick.
This discussion. We'll be right back. This discussion. We'll be right back. This discussion.
Damn it! As soon as it goes to commercial, it figures, right? I tried to turn that on for figures, right? Let me see. I tried to turn that on for figures, right? Let me see. I tried to turn that on for commercial figures, right? Let me see. I tried to turn that on for commercial figures, right? I tried to turn that on for commercial figures, right? Check mic, check mic. Why is it not connecting? Why is it not connecting? There we go. Why is it not connecting? There we go. Why is it not connecting? Let me see. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry about that if that was too loud. Okay, we're good.
VCIG.
Sorry about that if that was too
Build a
loud.
website you love.
VCIG.
Sorry about that if that was too
Build a
loud.
website you love.
VCIG.
Build a website you love.
VCIG.
Build a website you love.
VCIG.
Build a website you love. Build a website you love.
Oh, this is a nice setup here. So first off, we have VCIG. Oh, this is a nice. Go ahead. So first off, we have VCIG. Oh, this is a nice. Go ahead. So first off, we have VCIG. Oh, this is a nice. First off, we have VCIG. What is that? 8.8. What is that? 8.8. 8.8. Ew, this chart is so ugly. Are you serious? Ew, this chart is so This is awful. Holy cow. This thing's probably done right there at that level. This thing's probably done right there at that level. This thing's probably done right there at that level. This thing's probably done right there at that level. This thing's probably done right there. Get rid of this. This is I'm not that's a chart I don't want anything to do with. I'm not. All right, that is a chart I don't want anything to do with. All right, that guys can have VCIG. Good luck. All right, that guys can have VCIG. Good luck. All right, that guys can have VCIG. Good luck. All right, that guys can have VCIG. I may have to re up on the coffee here in just a minute. I may have to. Dude, a lot of these are just a minute. Coop. I may have to. Dude, a lot of these are just a minute. Coop. I may have to. Dude, a lot of these are just a minute. We have SRDX. Massive gap up. What is? Oh, I guess this was an earnings gap up. Massive gap up. What is? Oh, I guess this was an earnings gap up. Massive gap up. What is? Oh, I guess this was an earnings gap up. Massive gap up. What is? Oh, I guess this was an earnings gap up. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. So we have just reading some of this. Big Bear AI. After the company reported a narrow Big Bear AI narrower after the company reported a narrow Big Bear AI narrower after the company reported a narrow Big Bear AI narrower after the company reported a narrow Big Bear AI narrower. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to move some stuff around here. So BBAI. Yeah, this I feel like the float is too big on this. I do. I don't think I've ever really traded this thing. What I'm gonna do is, guys, let's pull up Nvidia. I'm gonna go grab um I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick. I'm gonna keep my eye on Nvidia and Meta and some of these names that are moving and maybe see how liquid or illiquid, if they're liquid, I should say. If these double triple leverage names are liquid at all. Let me pull up this 4 hour. Nvidia is pulling in right here to this zone. This is a beautiful setup here. I would keep an eye on this. You don't want to break this. You don't want to break this zone on Nvidia, and it looks like it's going to. I mean, really, that would be your support 192.50, but that brings you back under 195. As much as I would like to keep that whole zone a buy zone, yeah, look at this, guys. It's happening. Look at this. Oh, it's testing it right now. So you do have some support here. This was yesterday's low. there's that test right now. What is the wait. So we don't have so what I'm typing in right now is what are the double slash triple leveraged Nvidia tickers. NVDL, that's long, but what about short? Two times long Nvidia. So come on, man. This is why I hate Google. I don't hate Google, but like it was doing good for a while. Now it's like NV3S. Like I'm not in London, dude. NVDS 1.5 short Nvidia. So let's see here. The bid ask you have 6900 3028. I'm gonna go grab my coffee, guys, real quick. I'm not in London. I guess I gotta type in for the US. Oh, I guess you could do that. Let's look at SMH. Let's see what SMH is doing today. I forgot about that guy. Sorry. It is 7:45 right now. Let me go grab my coffee. I'm going to go fill my coffee up real quick. Let's see if we can hold this on the SMH. This is why it pays to be a little patient here. So if we have a trade here, what I would look for is see if we can get the SOC S. Let's look for. Here's our pre-market low. Come on, let's get a bounce here. It's probably not going to, but I would like to see if we can get down into prior day's low. If you can get a bounce up into this zone at 355, I would look to see if we can get back down to prior day's low. Here's that bounce. See if you can get that gap. That could be a nice trade. What is that on SMH? That may be too much. That's a percent and a half. What's the VIX doing? Let me go back. VIX. So the VIX is kind of flat. It gapped up though. We're at 17. It's not like we're not nowhere. So we're still a bit elevated. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to know if I can get signs that I can get that volatility and follow through. And that would be a sign, hey, VIX gapping up, attempting to rally may give me that range that I'm looking for, that move that would be worth taking the trade, right? A lot of this stuff, I've been doing this for years, guys, right? It takes time to learn to think like that. All right, so watch this rejection appear at 355, and I may go after this triple leveraged. I'm not going to force it, but the SOXS, right? You could use SOXS, right, which would be the short trade to the SMH semiconductors. And if we were to get that move, that's 2% just to prior day's low or prior day's high, however you want to view it. But the target would be up here at 365. And if you can get a pullback, which is a bounce in the SMH, we already got that. It probably wouldn't give you but 348. That's almost a 5% move right there. So not too shabby. Not too shabby. I think that is your target. Look, it's gonna happen right now. That's a bit of a big move. I'd be taking profits in front of 355. I'm gonna go fill up my coffee. I want to give this a second because I'd like to see the SMH bounce back. Some of these bigger trades we've seen them happen pre-market and after hours. So keep an eye on this level here, 356 on the SMH. Okay, um, longer term, your major support zone is obviously down here at 350, but you're in the gap. All right, you're back into this gap here, and we're seeing if we can solidify it, and the overall Q SPY, SMH also, trying to get we had a gap up, we failed, we've now recovered, and we're trying to see if we can solidify that gap and extend higher. That's where we're at in the book, right? That's where I think we're at in the book here. So we're gonna see what happens here. You're getting this bounce. I want to go fill my coffee up real quick, and I want to see what the SMH does here. I want to see what the SMH Nasdaq do here. And I will be right back. Just want to go grab this coffee real quick. Data dog back below that 200 level. 195 targets for that. And here's your SMH. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get this move here. Let me pull up Nvidia here. We're going to go over that Nvidia news, Meta, CoreWeave. We have a lot to go through, so let me go ahead and fill this coffee up really quickly and get it over with so we can get on with our day. And if we hold this, you have this double top high here on Nvidia. You're into it right now. That support zone is going to be a few points wide. 195, dipping down all the way down to like 192. You could also even say because of the gap up from Friday, 190 would be your support. But if you start getting back below this, let me show you guys what I'm talking about real quick. I am turning bearish. You don't have to, but I am. For the short term, intermediate term. You have this double top high here. Really nice level. This was a really nice breakout, right? You broke out and immediately failed. That in and of itself tells you a story. Now you're trying to recover that failed breakout, kind of like a shakeout, fake out, shakeout. You got to hold this area because if you start dipping below, you're back below that double top high, previous triple, you could say really triple top highs. right? You got to hold this zone because if you don't and you sell off, now you're looking at overhead resistance, right? Then you're like, okay, let's go back to 190, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Nvidia. Maybe you have some dip buyers that try to step in here. 202 to 195 is the range as of right now. So, um, so that's Nvidia. All right. You are trying to hold it. I feel like the market knows. It's like, hey, you got to hold prior day's low, like this area here, where it was resistance, support. That's going to be, I'm sorry, that's going to be like 194. Because that 195 really is a more of a major key level, in my opinion, than anything else. Because that's really, you have resistance and support right there. But, so yeah, that's that. All right, I'm going to go fill my coffee up. We'll throw in some CNBC. And I'll be right back. And we'll continue to go through these tickers, or continue to go through trending names, news, and set a game plan for today. Got to be honest, that's really probably going to be my game plan, is to see what Nvidia does do there and see if we can't get like a 2-3 week trade. We do have earnings going to be coming up here for Nvidia as well. What, the beginning of December or middle of November? Yeah, the 19th. So you got about a week and a half. A week. You have a week until Nvidia earnings. So maybe it doesn't do much, but kind of just sit in this range here. We'll see. Story's being told right now. So give me just a second, and I will be right back, you guys. Let me pull up SMH here. Again, if you have questions, just throw them in the chat. If you could, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you make any money with us today, you guys can always give back to the stream. Any proceeds that are proceeded goes to the stream. All right. And don't be shy. If you have any questions, if you're new, if you're a veteran, you know, tickers. If you have any tickers you guys want to go through and form a game plan on, the chat is right there. Okay, so we have SMH. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Paramount Skydance shares trading higher. The company reporting its first quarterly results since that merger. Paramount saw growth in its streaming division and raised its cost-cutting target from $2 billion to $3 billion, also planning to raise streaming prices in early 2026. Joining us right now with more on those results is Robert Fishman. He's MoffettNathanson Senior Research Analyst. Good morning to you. How much you focused on what you heard from David Ellison last night as it relates to the earnings themselves, some of the cost-cutting measures and the like, versus whatever you think the future of their effort to buy Time Warner Discovery is?
Yeah, good morning. So clearly the company laid out their three North Stars in terms of supersizing the investment and really investing behind the creative engine. We've already seen some of those deals like UFC and South Park. The second one being the DTC streaming and getting to global scale. And third, that you mentioned in terms of the efficiencies. But ultimately, we think that the three of these North Stars really will be accelerated by a deal with Warner Brothers Discovery. And I think that's what investors are clearly still looking towards.
And what is your expectation in terms of a price tag that you think the investor class in Paramount would feel comfortable with buying in to Warner Brothers Discovery?
So that's the ultimate question there. And really, I think what it comes down to is how many bidders is going to be at the table for these Warner Brothers assets. Clearly, there's a lot of really great premium IP. when you start down the list of the Warner Brothers studio, including DC Comics. Obviously, HBO is one of their crown jewels. And if you think about including the cable networks, that brings some sports portfolio along with other assets. So when you think of what the combined bid of that is going to be for Paramount, if they're bidding on the entire company, you're going to have to pay a significant premium to even where the current levels are for Warner Brothers Discovery.
So, Robert, the current bid, as we understand it, is $23.50 per share for Warner Brothers Discovery. At what number is there a revolt? That is actually the real question. In terms of at what number does the shareholder of Paramount say this is a great deal, and at what number do they say this is just too much?
Well, the terms of how they get there, I think, are almost more important in terms of what the number is, because obviously, if you do have the backing of Larry Ellison and potentially even other private equity bidders, what the dilution will be to the Paramount public shareholders today could be more limited. So it's a hard question to answer because we don't yet know the terms. If the full underwriting is going to be from the Ellison family, obviously that helps the public shareholders on the Paramount side digest that potential deal and pay even more, including if there is a bidding war for some of the assets or all of the assets, depending on who that ultimate bidder is.
Okay, so if you're a betting man, and we have a lot of folks who are watching right now trying to figure out how to bet this, handicap this situation, do you see a scenario in which David Zaslav, who runs Warner Brothers Discovery, is able to get, we'll call it equivalent of $30 a share, which seems to be the magic number that people keep talking about? And when I say the equivalent of, either a complete takeout at $30 a share for the entire company, or something that resembles $30 insofar as one buyer, potentially even a Comcast parent company in this network.
So I forgot. Let's go look at Paramount. So let's see here. Trend. All right, guys. This is a good sign that Nvidia is trying to hold here. I think it's a good sign. Again, I am going to move this down to 194, make it about $1 wide. Dude, come on. There we go. Yep. All right, Paramount. We have Paramount, Meta, Nvidia, CoreWeave. So we got a lot to go through here. All right, so I have the earnings. I have earnings up, data. Oklo reports after the bell. Let's go look at Rocket Labs. Also reported. So wait, CoreWeave did report. They were talking about contract something. They're just coming out with any excuse that they could as far as their earnings are concerned. I just think. So where is their earnings? It's not even up here. What? So you had a revenue beat. So CoreWeave reported better than expected revenue, but its shares fell after executives said a developer partner is behind schedule in data center development. They know how long it takes. I don't think that's the case. I think this is all an excuse. They know how long it takes to build a warehouse and then to get all the stuff together and um, they reported an adjusted earnings per share loss of 22 cents for the month of or for the September quarter late on Monday. That compared with Wall Street's consensus estimates of a net loss of 40 cents. So, not too bad. They lost 22 instead of 40. Revenue came in at 1.36 billion, which was above analyst expectations of 1.2. Let's go ahead and look at CoreWeave's market cap real quick. CoreWeave's market cap. What is the current market cap of Core to the Weave? 52 billion. So it's about a 50 times. It's not as bad as I thought it was. Currently, it sits just under 53 billion. 52.29 billion is what Google says. So they bring in 1.24. We'll say, hell, we'll say one and a half, 3, 1.5, 3. So we'll say 6. We'll give them 5 billion a year. We'll say right around 5 to 6 billion. Excuse me, a year. And that's what their estimates are, 5.5, which you can see here. It expects revenue for 2025 to come in the range of 5.5 to 515 billion, below 5.2. So with that said, so what is that? That is so that if you guys so you're hearing this talk about a bubble, right? And honestly, um, what would that be? What is that 100 times earnings? Um, what is? Let me see something here. So that's 10 times their earnings. Am I mistaken there? Like I find this hard to believe that their multiple is 10, and that's not forward. Am I wrong? Am I wrong here? Because I feel wrong. Am I? Is it wrong to say that CoreWeave is not overvalued and it has a 10 times multiple? 5 to 50. I mean, because 100 would be a 500. They'd be a 500 billion. That would be 100 times earnings. I, it's early in the morning. That's all I'm gonna say. I just started my second cup, so I just feel like maybe it's not that overvalued a little bit. So they're showing you EPS, and they're not losing as much as the street expects them to, which is a good sign. Is it a buy? I'd say who knows what is and isn't a buy. I would let it find a bottom first. That's what I would do. Let's go talk about the trade part of this. So we know they reported, okay? Um, they've got about again a 50 times multiple. I'm sorry, 5 billion, 52. I'm sorry, 10 times earnings. Okay, I'm just gonna get off of that because my brain just isn't there right now this morning to do math. But that's a 10x. That's 10 times their multiple. All right. I don't know what the PE would be and all that. I haven't dug into it. I don't really care right now. I just want to get. That's an easy way for me to do things. Um, Nice support here on CoreWeave. Okay, you got this double bottom. It's about a range from 90. Okay, we'll say 90. It looks like it is. It goes down into. Is that like 85, 87, 84? Holy shit! So that pivot low is at 84. Let's go pull up a 4 hour. All right, nowhere near there. So that looks to be our target. Okay, obviously, see if we can't get a bounce in the market. This has been on a trajectory to the downside. Mean looking wedge here. That's a mean looking wedge, guys. Look at that. Look at that. So what I would do is see if you could get a flush, which it looks like it already just did. And look, you're getting that bounce off of that bottom trend line there right now. And it's trying to find some support here. It's trying to find some support there. You got to bust through this 95 level. All right, you got to bust through the 95 level. I'm going to use 99 to 100. I don't know if you'll get there, but if the market can attempt a bounce, I can tell you right now that's how I would trade core weave. Let's go look at the moving average. Let's go look at this real quick. I'm gonna be. It all depends on where we open up. Again, it's 8 o'clock. We still have an hour and a half. Let's go to the daily chart. Okay, so we are below, well below our moving averages. I'll use this one to make life easier on everyone. So let's see. It gets a little spacious in here too. If we turn on our volume profile, let's see here. Let me go to my settings, studies, not settings, but studies. Edit studies, moving average. So it's not on there. Let me add it really quickly. Let me see here. All studies. Let me see here. All right, there we go. So it's a little crowded in here, as you guys can see. From that 90 to 100 zone, it's a little crowded. I don't know why in hell it's that wide. Where are we trading at? 95.40. 95.40. You do have that little bit of a gap there. But yeah, this is where the trade. So anything underneath that 90 is where it starts to open up. Okay. You filled this location in from 90, call it 100 to 94, and you just went and kind of filled that. Now you've got some volume down here at 92.25, 92.50. So that would be the area I would look to see if we can't get that bounce. And that's pretty much right in line. Let me see something real quick before I get rid of it, because I want to move on. So that's 91.75 to 92. And that takes us right back to that pivot low. Let's see here. Yeah. So again, after a while, you'll be able to use the volume profile without using it, because you'll know with your just looking at your chart. I don't know. I can only speak for myself. Volume profile. Let's get rid of this. Oh, we did have it. I did have it right there. Shit. Edit. Come on. Get rid of it. Apply. Okay. All right. So we know we should be finding some support down here from 95, 94. You can see it's really crowded in here. Some nice price action. Go over to here. That's not really going to do us any good. All right, we are starting to recover here. I would watch this level here. This has been the resistance zone. I'm we got a while till we open up, but if we open up, okay, say, let me see here, 95. It's 97.50. See, if we open up in around that 97.50 zone, then I would look for pullback longs, right? There's two ways to play this. All right. I would look for this 97.50, 97.5. See something here. I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me real quick. Okay. That's where we opened up. So that's a 30-minute. And it's we'll see. I have to see where CoreWeave opens up at, to be honest with you guys. Um, you're in this gap. What we could do is use this previous gap here. Let's say this. So if we open up from where we are near pre-market lows, if we open up near pre-market lows, or I mean, this pivot low from yesterday's earnings release, I will look for a rejection off of that level, right? But the question is that right? And this is where you got to ask yourself: is there a trade to be had here? Are you trading just for the sake of trading, or is there a trade here, right? Um, I would use this location, right? And you have to be within means. A rejection off of that 97, 97.50, this whole area right here, right? But the question is that the trade back into 95, or would the trade be grabbing the long off of 95 if you get above it and you pull back off of 97.50 and look for that long back into $100, 99 to $100, right? Risk to reward. You'd have to ask yourself that. That's something you have to, figure out for yourself. I may not end up trading this. Let's go look at a. I mean, I know how I would trade it, and that's the way I'm going to trade it. All right, I'm going to use. I'm going to use prior day's low. See, this thing's kind of all over the place. I'd have to. I'd at least have to have that prior day's low, or I'm sorry, Friday's low is what it would be. I would need Friday's low up here at $100. And look at this bounce you're getting right now. Look at that. I wonder what's going on here. Let me look at the SPY real quick. Nothing. All right, so the Qs did bounce. Let me see something here. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Okay. So that's core weave, guys. All right. And massive rejection there. So you can see it's happening now. You're rejecting at 97, 97.50 zone, exactly where we had it. So I'm going to let this thing breathe a little bit. I'll look at it around like 9:15, 9 o'clock and see where it's at. But other than that, I want to look and see what if we can't. If the market continues to be weak, then I would look for a rejection on this. But I need it at the right price to take the trade. All right, and that's going to be 97.50 all the way up into like 99, $100. Okay, cool, great, grand, wonderful. All right, let's go Apple. Let me go. Wait, trending names. Apple's moving right now, trying to, this is a really nice consolidation. Higher highs, put in a lower low, higher high, good sign yesterday. Yesterday was a good sign for this. So top end of this range, which has been resistance, 272.50 to 273.50. All right, 273.50. This whole area right up there has been resistance. And today, maybe you look at Apple. If the market can hold up, maybe you have yourself a nice little $2 trade there back up into that zone. Looks like it. You do have some news there with Apple that Apple's just consolidating, not necessarily a trade. Let's go look at Amazon, see what Amazon's doing. Same thing, just hanging out. Recovered that lower support zone there. So inside out day yesterday for Amazon. This is why you want to look at names that are trending, that have a reason to move. We have, I think that would be the better area to use, 245. Again, it looks you're seeing on Amazon these ranges are pretty wide. So for me, it's either bottom end or top end with this. It's just consolidating. If you can start to hold 250, then maybe you got a nice trade back to the upside to test those highs again. But as of right now, it had some strength. It pulled back, and it was trying to continue with the strength. And that pullback failed once you re-hit that previous high. Once that broke, it just they took the profits. It tried to climb again, and just right into a brick wall. So
NBIS shows spiking now
does
to the
not
highs. November
try.
Bravo India Sandy. NBIS following their earnings
I
report.
saw that.
That's November Bravo India
Sorry about
Sandy.
that. If your ears
NBIS
got
118.53 now.
So Amazon sitting sideways. NBIS. What did they report here? NBIS agreed to a $3 billion AI infrastructure deal. Let's see. Uh, 115 on NBIS. Let's see here. Earnings flash. There we go. Let's see here. So, Nibius Group reported a quarterly Q3 revenue of 146.1 million versus an estimate of 155. So they missed on revenue, and for me, that would be the one that I care about the most. Nibius Meta agreed to a 3 billion AI infrastructure deal.
VSCE, VC Health secures FedRAMP authorization for secure telehealth expansion. Victor Sandy Echo Echo.
So where are we at? Nvidia. We got to look at Meta. Okay, Nvidia. You got these previous lows here. We talked about that. We've already talked about Nvidia. All right, 194, 195 has to hold. It's got to hold. If it doesn't, I think it changes things for the short term. Let's go look at Meta. Meta. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything too. We also had that news yesterday with C3 AI. Also, cannot forget about that. So Meta Friday. If you were with us Friday, guys, okay, we called out the long on Meta. And we said, hey, those 610 calls, we were already looking for a bounce going into the end of the day. We got those calls cheap enough. Those 610 calls were 230. They hit a low of $1.50. When we were looking at them, they were about $2, like in the mid $2, 230 to 280 to $3. Through like a 45-minute window, and they ended up closing over $2,000 a contract. You were $10 in the money, right? But you bought it at 600 zone, so you had that $10 along with another $10. You had a 20-point move there. I think they were like $2,100 is what they were paying out. So so Meta pulling back in the previous lows here, pulling into previous lows. Let me see something here. You know what? I may change something really quickly. I may change something here real quick.
Hang and CAS signed strategic partnership to advance next generation aviation technologies. That's Echo Hotel. EH.
We had that trade, guys. We had that Uber trade right in our fucking pocket. I'm curious as to what they are. Damn it, man. So this was another trade we talked about Friday, which we tried to take. I tried to take it. I had you know what? I do have limit orders from it, so I can remember. Um, I can go back and see what the expiration was and the price because I know it was around $2. I know that. I just can't remember if it was December or January, and I'm curious because this is going to give me insight as to how it pays too, from where our entry was. Okay, let's see here. Visa. That was yesterday. Uber, January 16th, 26,
SOAR,
$90
Volato to
call.
preview Parsley at Microsoft Ignite. That's
Okay,
Sandy Oscar Alpha Romeo. Shares popping a bit on that.
January 16th, and we went with those because it was probably the volume. So you're up about because I was throwing in limit orders at 650, $6.50.
DVLT Data Vault announcing its
And
board
again, that's
approved the distribution of Dream Ball Draft meme coins to all eligible Silex
no
holding company and Data
625.
Vault shareholders. Record date of
We were
November
throwing limit
25th.
orders in
That
at
is
625 for the 90
Delta Victor
calls
Lima
here.
Tango. FLUX Flux Power received ULEE listing across full material handling
Yeah,
portfolio and UL
625, and then I upped it to
1973 for
655.
80 volt GSE Energy Solutions. That's FLUX.
That's crazy. All right. Anyway, so yeah, um, that was Friday.
QNRX
What did we
Quolen
go?
Pharmaceuticals achieves target
Meta and Uber longs.
rampamycin loadings and topical delivery technologies. That is Quebec November Romeo X-ray QNRX.
Let's go take a look at gold real quick. I'm gonna start getting into these names. We don't have much time left here.
NNVC,
All
Nanovaricides,
right.
launching private placement of warrants in $6 million deal. That's November
I'm
Victor
gonna look at
Charlie.
gold because it's got a lot of momentum. It's had a ton of momentum here. All right. So this is our 4 hour chart. You're up at resistance now. Something tells me these gold miners may have a lot further to go. They're either about done or they got a lot. It's one or the other, in my opinion. Gold miners, not gold in and of itself. I think the gold miners either are about done their move, or they have another 2, 3 x behind them. I know you're gonna be like, holy, no, that's crazy. They're up 125% already. Well, if you go back and look at the cycles, each move from Newmont, AEC, or AGE, whatever it is, uh, you're looking at those moves. A year and a half to 2 year moves. Those cycled upside moves are 300 to 500% moves from the start. All right, so we have gold here, up at resistance. Uh, with this type of strength, I'm not sure if it's going to
RGTI, we're
pull
getting
back.
popping
So
here.
I'm
Romeo
just gonna
Golf
keep my
Tango
eye on it
India,
and see what happens here.
RGTI.
If you end up breaking out, you have
We're getting
nothing really to
competing.
stop you.
3297 companies.
All right, the
Call
next
going
zone
on
would be
now.
385 on GLD. So we could possibly look for a pullback long, or if you just continue to see the strength, um, it's a decision you have to make within yourself. Do you just hop on board and hop on the train, or do you just wait and look for that pullback? All right, it's GLD. I mean, me honestly, I think you would want to see 379, 380, but I don't know. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to trade it. You are above this level right now, holding. You're in a range right now. You're in a range of resistance and support right there. So I probably just wait, or if you get another opportunity at 377, right? Because you've filled that gap, 377.50, 377 zone, and maybe you look for that 377 to 382.50 trade. It's like
QNRX
three, four,
popping here to the
$5
highs.
there.
Quebec November Romeo X-ray. QNRX.
All right. Rocket Labs, RKLB. They had earnings as well yesterday. Okay, looks as though they are headed to the upside here. All right, headed to the upside. So let's go through. Let's take a look at their earnings. We have, man, there's so much going on. Okay, Rocket Labs. Let's see here. Rocket Labs rose 8% following its third quarter loss of 3 cents per share, lower than the 10-cent per share expected from analyst poll LSEG. Rocket Lab's quarterly revenue of 155 million was a beat analyst expectations of 152. So they beat by 3 million, which is good. All right. So let's go here. I actually am curious. Current market cap is right around 25 billion. So Rocket Labs is valuated at 25 billion, and they're bringing in 155 million. Call it 200 million. We'll call it 200 million. Just that's a valuation. I am not. So anybody wanting to buy this thing, be careful. Be careful, okay? I'm surprised to even see it up. Rocket Labs, nice setup here.
QNRX, very light.
Look at this.
Volume still following that press release from the company. Shares hitting $11.80 at the high.
So you have a
$3.66.
previous. I'm going to turn this off real quick because it's kind of
That's
getting on my nerves.
Quebec November.
All right, sorry. So we have this double top high, previous double top high here. We are now above it in this zone. Actually, what I'm going to do is actually bring this. You know what? I got to leave it there because the price is using it right now. Jesus Lord. I think that's the zone you gotta look for. I do. Mild level here, bink bink. We are okay, so we are kind of taking back that move a little bit. So what I would look for is you have some previous resistance there, previous lows. I would look for, honestly, I would look for a move back into 58 and see if we can get a rejection up there at 58 and look for a move back down into like 54, 55, 54 zone. That's what I would like to look for. great. Let me see. Do we use? We have that pivot high there. Let me see something here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use that, guys. I'm gonna look at. Let's see. We don't really have anybody here. I don't think. So I'm just. I'm gonna look for a rejection up there at that gap on the daily chart. That's what I'm gonna do on Rocket Labs if we get it. All right. See if we can't climb up there. Free market. It's 8:45 right now. So let's see. Let's go look at Paramount real quick. Awarded the cloud generative AI specialization, marking the deepening of its global partnership with Google. Autonomous research. Boom. Let's see here. So I'm looking real quick. All right. So again, we said we talked about Rocket Labs here, up 9.5, or was at least up 9.5% after it posted a revenue of 155 versus the 151.75. But they had a third quarter loss of 3 cents per share. So, um, leading analyst estimates for a loss of 11 cents per share. So I don't know what. So all right, let's go look at. So that's for me. That's how I'm going to use this. Um, I'm going to be watching these previous lows, previous highs here on Rocket Labs. I'm going to set an alert up here. Um, you have a gap. You have to understand. Looking at this, you're not going to see it, but there is a gap from here to here. That whole area up there is a gap on the daily. Okay, there's a gap. So anywhere up into these previous lows, previous highs, I am going to look for a pullback off of that zone. All right, not too bad of an earnings, but again, 155 million versus a 20 billion some market cap. Valuation's getting a little extended there, and that's not why I'm going to short it. But I think you have some nice rejection up there. I just think this thing's going to go a little bit lower, and that's the range I'm going to play. Is this previous double top high here, 54 to $60? That's the range I'm going to play. So we're going to look for bounces. I'm going to look for bounces back into that pre-market high, and we'll look for pullbacks. See if we can't go ahead and test. Um, see if we can't go ahead and get down into this previous support 55. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set my alert to see if we can get, I'm going to set it in front of this level. Here, how about this? This is what I'm going to do. Make it really easy. Bink. We're going to put dotted line because this is a minor level. I'm going to set an alert right in front of that. Great price alert on, above, bang. I would like to see if we could get into Friday's high. This could be a nice trade, right? This could be a nice trade. Look at this. Bink. I would like to get down into that 52, 53. Can we get 51? Can we get Friday's low? I mean, this really, you break through 55, it opens up. Look at this move from Friday. Just straight up. Boom. Yesterday, straight up. So there's nothing in the way. Once you get down here, all you need is that reversal, turn pre-market highs from yesterday into resistance, and you're looking at low a day, baby. What is this? Just from where we're at now, if you can get to prior day's low, that's a 10% move, guys. So that's the trade I'm going to look for. It could take a little while. It could take a few days. It may not happen at all, but that's how I'm going to trade this. So we'll see with the overall markets how the overall markets are going to do. And look, they're going to take that trade from us right now. They're going to take it from us right now. All right, let's see here. So that's Rocket Labs. So we have that. Let's go to Paramount. All right, Paramount. What is the I think it's P-R-P-A-R-A. P-S-K-Y. They changed it. I thought so. So we have Paramount, Skydance, okay? They gained 5% this morning, okay? Give me a second here. I'm going to go through the news. Gained 4.92% despite missing its third quarter earnings. They said that they expect an additional $1 billion And Merger Savings also announcing a new round of layoffs that will affect about 1,600 employees and said it plans to raise the price of its Paramount streaming service in the first quarter of next year. It maintained a weaker price trend in the short term, but a strong trend over the long and medium terms with a strong value rating. Additional performance details as per available. All right. Let's look at Skydance here. Looks like it's range bound. Um, I you have obviously $20. Where are we at right now? 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16. Charts are all looking the same just about, aren't they? So that's the range I would use for Paramount. If you're able to bounce into 17, I need to write this shit down. PSKY. What's today's date? Today is the 11th. So PSKY. Let me see here. Let me see this real quick. Where am I at? Okay, so what I'm gonna look for is a rejection here on Paramount. Come on. I mean, you are regaining this level here, but I think you're just running into. I think you're gonna run into some trouble here. It's 1650. Okay, 1650. What the fuck? Oh, my pen is on the mouse. That's why. 1650, 17. Let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. So it's not saying the revenue. Hold up. Additional See, it's not giving us. Let me look here because it was yesterday. So 8 billion EPS, Q4 sales revenue 6.7. So the revenue was 6.7. There's not even an estimate on it. Come on. Okay, revenue 4.12 billion versus 6.73. Holy shit. So that is a miss. That's why they're not posting it. Q4 sales. Okay, that is guidance. Misses estimates. Sales 6.7 miss versus a 6.9. May not be comparable to estimates. Yeah, this is so dumb. Okay. I'm gonna keep my eyes on this. All right. I'm gonna keep my eyes on this. And that 50-day at? 1740 or 1704. All right, so we got that. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We talked about Nvidia, Tesla. So Tesla, we talked about Nibius, talked about Paramount. Tesla was down 0.9%, closed up 3.7% on Monday as the electric vehicle company arrested 2 days of sharp declines. Tesla shareholders last week to award CEO Elon Musk a pay package of around 425 million restricted shares that could be worth a trillion if significant performance hurdles are met. Tesla. So we are back above these previous highs here, but you got a little bit of resistance up here. Talked about that yesterday. So it looks like Tesla today could be a little bit range bound. It's possible. If we break below this level here, I would keep that on watch for a move back into 430. Tesla. Let's keep this on watch. I'm going to set an alert actually. Okay, so we have Tesla. Got Tesla down here. This is a really nice consolidation. I'm really liking this. I'd like it to be. I wish it was a little more tighter. But what do it is what it is. Okay, so we're doing it now, actually. We're doing that now. So we got 30 minutes. If anyone has tickers, throw it in the chat. Shit, they're gonna take this. I feel it. All right, all right, all right. So is our shit, man, this sucks. We'll see what happens here. I've got an alert set. I just think 435. All right. Did we add core weave? I don't think we did. I don't think we wrote this down, which I need to. I understand what we're doing here. It is 9 o'clock. So yeah, I'm gonna stick to that plan, you guys. Wow. I gotta be honest. There's the long right there. That pullback long off 96 may take you to $100. That's actually pretty nice. That was the trade right there. Right there. That pullback that you just got. Watch. Watch. Let's see if this takes you back above this rejection level up here. And you're running, and I would target that $100 zone on core weave. So I'm gonna just set an alert up here, up in front of like 99, call it 98.70 or so, and I want to see if we can get up here. And I'm gonna wait for that. All right, for me, it's gonna be right around $100. Okay. If you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. If you have any questions, tick or storm in the chat. If we get likes and shit going, then I'll give you guys, my exact plan. But for core weave, I'm looking for bounces. If we get a bounce into 98 to $100, I'm looking for a pullback. That pullback would take you back into like 97, 96. So there's only there's a few dollars there. Um, but that's what I'd be looking for, is to see if we can get a little bit more of a pullback out of core weave. All right, you have support down 90, 85. It really starts to open up down into that area, but you got to get there first. So we'll see what CoreWeave wants to do here. It may take a couple days. Maybe we wait until the end of the week next week, and we look to short CoreWeave because they just had earnings, right? Like, it's going to be hard to just think the big move happens when nobody's talking about it, when nobody's looking at it, right? It's usually what happens. So, but that's going to be my plan for CoreWeave. I'm going to just look for a bounce up into $100 and could look for a rejection off of $100. So it may not be a trade for me. May not be a trade for me. Let me write this down. Let me get exact. Um, Friday's low is up there at $100. Let's see, 298 rejections. So far my trades are looking short. All right. Let's see. So what else do we have? We talked about CoreWeave, Rocket Labs, Nibius. We talked about Skydance. Let's talk about Rigetti. We talked about Tesla. Let's do Rigetti real quick. And then open. Let me pull this up. Yesterday, I'm going to go back to Rigetti. You had yesterday Goldman Sachs come out with a press release that they have a stake in Open Door. Okay, they have purchased a stake in Open Door. I don't know at what price. Um, so Open Door is actually what a rip, guys. Look at these moves. I've said it before. Look at that. That's 80, almost 70%. That's a 70% move from 50 to 80. All right. Let's go to the daily chart. Um, had a nice shakeout there. I'm curious as to what happens here at $8. All right, this would be a nice 20% move from 8 to 10. I think that's what I'm going to target for Open Door. All right, I think that's the trade. You're breaking and retesting right now. All right, I probably should put some limit orders in, but I think you could also get a shake and bake and this thing pull back into $7. So I'm going to wait. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this red because that is our rejection zone. I'm going to clean these charts up. Look, it went right into that $5 level again. Let's go here. I want to set an alert. I think this breaks, and I think you get another shakeout here. And I feel like this thing should pull back into, you really don't want to. You really don't want to do that. How about this? This actually might be a better scenario. I'm just painting a picture for myself. This is not like this. This is what I was going to say. Consolidate up here. Consolidate in this range for a day or two. So I'm going to leave this alone, but I will set an alert. I'm going to make this green really quickly, and I'm going to move it back. This range that I have here is $8 to $8.40. It's that previous range that was already that had already taken place. Let me make this a number 2 for a bigger level. All right. So here we go. Now we got a little more time on it. Okay. Gotta be honest. I would like to get this $7.50 to $7. I don't know if you do. Let's watch and see if Open Door consolidates. If it just sits here and consolidates in this zone, then I'm going to look to just be a buyer at $8. I'm not going to buy right now. I'm going to give it some time. If it starts to take off and has momentum, then I will hop on board. But for now, I'm going to use, matter of fact, here, I'm going to get rid of this. $7.75. $7.75. I'm going to create alert, add it below, bada bing, bada boom. All right, cool. That's Open Door. Targets on Open Door is going to be up $9.50 to $10. $9.50 to $10. Okay, that's Open Door. Nice. Move on. Got Nvidia. Where's Nvidia at? SMH. $9. So Nvidia's still holding up. Nvidia's still holding up. It's not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not good. It's not really. It's the longer it sits here, it's the more bearish it's going to be, in my opinion, in the short term. $7.75. so I have an alert on Open Door. Let's go to Rigetti, RGTI, RGTI. What's the news here? RGTI. Let's see here. Stock declined 3.7% after the quantum computing company reported weaker than expected revenue in the third quarter. Investors can probably stomach the loss coming Tuesday. The shares, blah, 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 blah. It's up over 2,000% in the past 12 months. Okay. What else do we have? Nvidia, AST, Big Bear. Let's talk about Rigetti. Good old Rigetti. I gotta give Rigetti's board CEO a little bit of respect here because they're not pulling the IONQ bullshit. The CEO, whoever they have in charge to just talk to media, he just tells it like it is. He does. He tells it like it is. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He doesn't sell anybody a dream, and I think that goes a little ways, in my opinion, for me. Um, you obviously don't want to talk bad about your company, but you also don't want to talk so good that you're lying and find yourself in a little bit of trouble. Okay, there's a fine line there. Big Bear, so we have Big Bear, Rigetti. All right, so Rigetti. It's 11 right now. I don't know if there's going to be a trade for me on Rigetti, guys. Just being honest here. It's kind of just chilling. You got these lows here. I'm going to leave Rigetti alone. If you want my honest opinion, long back down into $30 if it holds, but you got to wait. You can't just long it the second it gets there. This is your range. All right. Previous highs. You have a $30 to $34 range right there. That's your range. And you watch it. You could probably even move that down to 27.50. So 27.50 really would be the area that I'd look for. Um, let's talk about Big Bear AI. How much volume does this thing have today? Doesn't even have that much volume here. $7. $7 on BBAI. I don't know if I can trust this thing. It may not be that liquid. I'm gonna skip that. Beyond Meat fell 6.7%. Xpeng popped 4.8. All right, that is that. I'm gonna go to some larger cap names now. CBX looks like it's on one. Kept that on watch. Financials, XLF. We talked about this. Let's look at MP. Let's see here. Let's go to ABGO Tesla. Let me keep Tesla on watch. TSLA. So it's 9:15. We have 15 more minutes here. Let's go look at Man, Eli Lilly, just a monster. Just a monster, man. I should be on this train. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at that. This thing is about to move nearly 100% in under 3 months. Just parabolic at this point. All right? Just parabolic at this point. AstraZeneca is another one. It's not like Eli Lilly, but if you notice what it's been doing, it's just been a ripper. It's just been pulling back, holding, pull back, holds, pull back, holds. Probably look for a pullback here, but Eli Lilly, let's go see where that's an all-time high there for Eli Lilly. Here you are right now, getting ready to pull into previous highs. I'm going to delete all of this. I don't want to delete that just yet. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of this. Remove. Remove. Let's see. This fucking shit is getting on my nerves, bro. All right, Eli Lilly, nice breakout consolidation yesterday. I mean, blue skies ahead, I guess. Let's go pull up Meta. We did not go through that just yet. 600. We know 600 is that zone. 600 to 640, which is that gap here. I guess you could call it a gap. I don't know what it would be. Where are we at right now? Where's Meta at right now? So Meta is pulling back. You have nice support here. Wow. Actually, hold up. Let me remove this. Remove that. Remove. Remove. That works right there. I'm not going to make a trade on Tesla. Or not Tesla, but Meta. We have 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes here, winding down.
On this Veterans Day, Stock Exchange is about to observe a moment of silence in honor of our military servicemen and women. NYSE's moment's going to be right here at the big board, the NASDAQ on the USS Intrepid. Jim, we always talk about 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month, originally Armistice Day, marking the end of World War I.
Remember when we used to, obviously the holiday was such that we didn't work. In Britain, they obviously wear in lapel. They wear a poppy. We do not note it enough, I think. I mean, it was incredible because the Great War really did, in many ways, also precipitated the Second World War. But let's honor these veterans before we. There are not enough of them from those years.
Yes.
Not from World War I. My dad was in the army, but my grandfather was a cavalryman with Pershing.
All right, let's so what do we have here? So we have Robin Hood just hanging out, putting in some price action, 120, 150 zone, right? Probably just end up playing that range until it doesn't work anymore. Right now you're in the middle of it. I mean, technically this should be green here, but it's all good. Let me move my averages. I mean, man, that was such a mean inverse head and shoulders on Friday. On the 15-minute chart, on so man, 440, we got to watch this. Like on any chart you want to look at it, and that's when patterns. I mean, that is just a beautiful neckline there. You just, it's just my opinion, but it kind of it's there, but it's not there, right? It's there, but it's not there. And there's your rejection. All right. Notice how the alerts didn't go off. All right, guys, 2 more minutes here. So looks like Tesla's breaking back below. It's the usual. Some nice money being made here. See if we can get a bounce off of 620 on the Qs and look for a rejection up there at 621, 622. Just want to say good luck today, everyone. Good luck. If you don't, don't just throw your money at the wall. Make sure you got a trade to be had there. Man, this is crazy. I don't know how to get anybody here. All right, good luck today, everybody. Got 20 seconds here. Don't take this from me, please. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Look, I knew it. I knew it. These fucking guys. There goes open. So it looks like open's going as well. Let's see here. OPEN, OPEN. I had a feeling they were gonna flush this thing right off the bell. It's okay. We're gonna be patient here. Of course, everything wants to start slowing down now. If you guys could please hit the like button, subscribe. There's like no likes. That's crazy. Crazy work. Crazy. Come on, Tesla. Give us the bounce back. Give us that bounce back. Everything's just acting slow for me right now. I don't like this. Come on, man. Oh my god, all my alerts are going. They're going. Let me see something here. Now watch Tesla because this zone up here at 442 pullbacks off of that, that technically was a bit of a failed breakdown. I need everything to catch up. Dude, why is so fucking pissed? I just this like they have the worst views on this. All right, we're gonna let this go for a little bit. Man, I feel like if I turn away, I'm gonna miss it. Part of me is. I mean, there's no reason to just take your short here. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for it. That's right. Here we go. Suck them into the lung. I'm waiting just a little bit here. I'm just going to be patient. This is not. There's no reason because right now you have a failed breakdown and you're sucking people in on the short. It may want to act like it wants to go, and then it doesn't. Just like that. Now you're seeing that breakout. Now watch the volume start to come in here. Watch. I'm sorry. I just want to get it so you can see it and we can see it together. All right, dude. I'm sorry. This is gonna piss me the fuck off. Thinkorswim has the worst views, like to for the charts. Like they have good charts, but you like the setups to be able to see shit. It's just ridiculous. Fucking ass. Just gonna have to leave it like this. Now here you go. Now you're starting to turn that into support. 441 for me. Still no trade. Let's look at PSKY. I'm gonna give this a minute. PSKY. I'm gonna set an alert up here so that we know to come back to it. I mean, we're there right now, so let's not turn. The reason I'm thinking about moving from Tesla for a minute is because it's probably not a trade today. It may not give you follow through. What it may look like it wants to give you follow through, or you may looks like it's setting up for a trade, but in reality, it's could just consolidate and float back and forth. A lot of these names are going to have a lot of volume. They have a reason to move. Um, Let me see how liquid or illiquid this is real quick from what I want to do. Yeah, there's like no volume. There is volume. It's not bad volume. It's not bad. Not bad. So you're above. You're above that 20-day. You may have already gotten a 50-day rejection. We already had the alert go off for this. So let's see here. Let's go to Uber. Let's go to Nvidia. Now, why would that do that? Like, come on. A ton of volume just came in right there at that zone. I know people are itching to short this off of the back of that news, but you got some support there at 192.50. So I know I'm gonna miss Tesla here, but I have to move this. I have to move this. I may end up missing Tesla here, and that is what it is. But I had to move that. Okay, so there's that retest right now on Tesla. Watching Nvidia and SMH here. I missed it. I knew I was going to. I knew I was gonna fucking miss it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Gotta be kidding me, bro. Shit. I fucking missed it. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're okay. We're okay. Think. Shit. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Be careful here, guys. Be careful. Careful here. A little bit of profit on these. I'm not in it yet. I'm not in it yet. I'm not in anything just yet. We don't even have anybody here. I'm just trying to be a little as patient as I can. I've already missed that. I've already missed it. And that's okay because I feel like something's cooking here. Damn, she's just extending. There goes Nvidia too. There goes Nvidia. Damn. So the Dow is above. So we're looking at some of these healthcare names. IBM doing pretty well today. Rocket Labs up. Nasdaq 100. Things are a little red so far this morning. So there we go. We are trying to get again this move back into. Fuck. I'm so pissed. Come on, just give me another shot. Let me get another shot here. Let me get another shot. Not gonna get it. Not gonna get it. It's gone. That's it. I had it right there. We had our chance for the 440 shorts. Oh my god. Look at this. What did we write down? We write down 98, 98, 100 rejections. 98, 100. Right there. Right on the money. Kind of fucking kind of pissed that I did not get this Tesla move. Not gonna lie. I'm not worried about Nvidia, but this Tesla move was. You're probably making more on Nvidia, but I should have had that. Should have had that. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Please like, subscribe if you guys want to. Let's see here. Patience, young grasshopper. Shit, I missed it. That was our chance. I don't know, man. There's a story being told here that's a little fishy, if you ask me. Mm. Oh no. Oh no, I missed it. I missed it. That was it. Oh my gosh. I missed that Tesla short. I was just doing a quick look around. Oh my goodness. Mm, mm, Mm-mm. I can't believe that. That was my opportunity right there on that bounce back. I missed that one. Here it goes. Fuck. All right. Well, congratulations if you caught that short idea on Tesla. Congratulations. Congrats, congrats, congrats. All right, so we're coming in at 10 o'clock here. We were kind of right about Tesla here. I'm not going to get too upset because we were right. I mean, this isn't really moving much today, so I'm going to move on from Tesla. I want to see if we can start to bounce here. There's slow signs that this wants to bounce and is not showing up for a short. Either that bounce is going to give us that opportunity to really get that pullback, or this thing's going to recover 440 and we're going to go fill that gap. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of just being patient here. Look at all these tails, bang, 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 and they really tried to flush it. It regained it. Watch it try to flush right now. If it can't, that's a sign too, though. Let's see. It's not wanting to do it. We could see a move back to the upside. I'm going to switch on this. Let me pull up the cues real quick. If you guys could please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It would help the channel out a lot. Let me look at the volume and everything. I may try this again at 440. I may try it again at 440. I got to get my entry and the price right. I was looking at the 437.50 puts. 437.50 puts is what I was looking at. But it looks like we're getting more now in the 435s as time went on. So I may change my strike. I was looking at 440s. Okay, so there's the break. There's your retest of low a day. This is where you couldn't get the continuation. And again, this morning we said there's probably just going to be a sideways day for Tesla for the most part, and it's looking like that's the case. I mean, as much as a 3-4 point move can be. Let me look at the. Sorry, just give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Here we go. Give us a test back to 440 here. Is it gonna flush? What are you gonna do? That volume's coming in on the sell side. Yep. Watch the bids. Look, bids are stepping up. 600 now. Getting some size there going. Trying to. It just left though. It just left. And its size is back for multiple 1, 2, 3, 400 lot shares there. Trying again. 3, 4. They're trying. Small size on the ass. Oh, there was a flash of a really nice sell side there. Like 3 to 1200 on the sell side right there, but now it's small again. Look at the bids. Look, 440, 160, 880, 1,000 on the bid. Look at that. It's 1,200 again. So there it is. There it is. That's how you read the tape, folks. Let's go get this 440. Nobody was there to read to see that or understand it and read it. Let's see if we can keep the continuation there. What could happen here is they just end up taking their time with this one. That's really it. They're just gonna take their time with this. May just leave this one alone and let it do what it needs to do. And just step back and wait for a bounce. missed that. I missed that one. I've got the 440 calls up right now. I missed it again. I'm not trying to be perfect here, but I'm gonna move on from Tesla. I think I might move on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just set an alert here. I'm gonna set an alert, and if we get it, we get it. We don't, we don't. Whichever comes first. Mm, all right, let's see if we can get a turnaround here. Damn it! As soon as I bring that up, well, there's no volume on it. Yeah, this feels like a slow grind down. Like each time you do this, right? You try to hold, like you recapture the level. It tries to hold, it tries to hold, tries to hold, but then it just fails, right? It just fails. So I may, I'm gonna keep an eye on this for a little bit, but so CoreWeave's already gotten away from us. What's the other one? PSKY. PSK. Dude, come on. All right, so PSKY is right back up into this resistance zone. Nice update for it. Let's go ahead and I don't want to fight that type of volume, but I will say, would watch this rejection zone here now. There's a nice wedge. So let's see if this breakout or this breakdown, see if we bounce into 17 and see if it starts to reject there. Shit, it's happening now. It's happening now. Of course it is. Man, I'm not going to get it. Again, I'm going to miss another one. I'm going to miss another one. Man, there's like no volume here. There's no volume on these. They're not filling me on it. There's no volume here. I'm the one sitting on the bid, so I'm gonna cancel it. Watch it flip. See if it flips. Look, see how it just flipped? It's because I was holding up the bid, and I'm not. I'm good. I'm good. They can have it. There's not enough. There's not enough volume on this thing, and I'm not going all the way down to $15. I'm not buying that far out of the money. So no deal for me. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. All right. So let's go over here, see what's going on. The Dow on a run right now. The IWM. Okay, so the SPY's hanging out there below 680. 680 on the SPY. 680 on the SPY. See what I mean? See how it tried to regain it and then it just failed and it fails every time it tries to regain it. So Tesla could just sell off for quite a little bit, um, and then decide to bounce on its own whenever, right? Um, Look at AMD. AMD's pulling back as well. Okay, so 235. Looks like you're gonna get a move down to 235. It's looking ugly here, guys. It's looking ugly. It's looking ugly. Come on, let's go a little bit further. Come on, what are we doing here? So there's the Q. See if we can't get this. Get rid of that. 615. So that is the level. 615. All right, so we're looking at a bounce here on the Qs. 620, 619.90. Right? You've already rejected it, but see if it tries it again on like a 15-minute time frame. to chew up a little time. And look at the SPY trying to bounce in here. That's a nice bounce. Possible rejection. Talked about all this morning. This is pretty low volume today. Got to keep that in mind. This is pretty low volume here. So, um, shit, I'm gonna miss this too. Shit, I'm gonna miss it. Damn it. It's happening right now. I missed another one. Fuck me, man. God fucking damn it. It's just one of them days for me. One of them days for me. I'm not gonna be able to hop on this ride. Not gonna be able to. It's going now. Why do I have the 14th open up? What's today? 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I think we're a little bit underdone here. I'm gonna wait on the short guys, and see if we can get a bounce. Let's go look back and see. I don't know why the hell it keeps bouncing to the left. could be a consolidation day. You cannot forget about that. There it goes. It is going to pull back even more. Fuck. I gotta get. Just I'm not taking it. Even if it flushes here, guys, we're too far below VWAP. We're too, I need my entry to be correct. It is what it is. So a lot of bouncing around here so far, and let me be honest here. If you're watching any side of these trades, they're not making any money. And there you go. If you thought you were going to get a breakdown, you just got it shoved right back into you. You just got it shoved right back in your face. So I'm gonna do what I do best, and that's just make the best decision that I can for myself. You gotta love how the TV tries to scare people. It's scary out there. This, they're. Oh God, they love to try to keep people poor and scared. So sad. And why I'm not too enthused right yet. I mean, the Dow is breaking out above those previous triple, double, triple bottom lows from last week, the week before. Um, the question is, who is leading us to the downside? And that's obviously the cues. So, but you have this push and pull, and that's why it's a little hard to just get short the SPY. It may just be, may just be wiser to go ahead and take the cues if you're looking short. Because you're going to have that push and pull between the Dow running and making these highs and the SPY like trying to like, hey, I got Nvidia here selling off, but I got all these names going higher. And that's why I'm looking at these options and they're still sitting at 260. They hit 270 and now they're still at 260. 258 now, so they're not making any money. So Qs are coming at support right now. Okay, so IWM. This may just be a long grind to the downside too. That's the other option of this. So again, guys, I'm just trying to make the best decision possible. Let me go look at some different names here instead of the overall indexes. dude, I hate the way that I'm done. I'm gonna change. I'm done using this thinkorswim shit. It's fucking ass, bro. It's so bad. Okay, so there we go. We're getting our bounce in the queues right now. We're getting our bounce there. What time is it? It's 10:45. So again, we talked about. I know there's nobody here, but we talked about painting the picture, and that was the 9 EMA, not the 20-day moving average, not the 50-day, not the 100. The ES has been using its 9 EMA more so, making decisions off the 9 EMA than it has the 20-day moving average. You can see it in the charts. So I don't know why this thing is so slow. I don't. I got to get a new computer, I guess. It's just fucking unbelievable. I should be giving my fucking money back from the fucking first one that I bought. It's getting old. It's ridiculous. Everybody and every company wants to charge an assload of money. That's fine, but they don't deliver a quality product. Right? You're gonna charge out the ass for something. At least make sure that bitch lasts and it's worth what you pay for it. And this price action too is matching up with a right shoulder topping, man. If this continues to just hang out here. you're failing the gap now. Jesus Christ. No, I have not eaten yet.
Brain extenders and to them making high stakes clinical decisions.
Do you see crossed and the last mile is not the doctor?
No, I don't think that's realistic. I think quite the opposite is happening. The U.S. government is projecting a shortage of 100,000 doctors by the end of the decade. So we're actually struggling with too few doctors, and the doctors that we do have are increasingly burnt out. They're forced to drink from a fire hose of too much medical information. They're forced to see too many patients. COVID obviously did a number on the medical community. So I think the opposite is happening, which is the doctors that we do have are looking for force multipliers, and AI is the sort of latest entrant in that.
Right. I guess my question, though, was when the final decision is not the humans, but you're relying on a computer which ostensibly is smarter than even you are. You don't think that's going to happen?
I think a good framework for thinking about this is computers have been able to land planes for a very long time. If you talk to any experienced pilot, they'll tell you the computer can land the plane, and some pilots will admit, if you sort of get them in a friendly discussion, that the computer might be able to land the plane more steadily than they can. And yet, all the cockpits I've sort of peeked into still have pilots in them. I think there are other considerations simply than computing capability that go into whether we want a human as the last mile.
What's your competitive mode? I mean, what stops Alphabet from just saying, we're going to put a team against this because this is an interesting opportunity and potentially eroding your market?
Alphabet's an interesting example because our largest investor is Google. And it's, I believe, one of Google's 3 largest private market investments that they've ever made, the others being One Medical and Uber through Google Ventures. I think, look, from our perspective, we build specialized tools for professionals, and we build open evidence from the ground up for doctors. I think the large companies, the large AI labs and the Mag 7 companies are obviously extremely well positioned to build things horizontally, but focus is very valuable in business and in life and certainly in technology. And we wake up every morning thinking about nothing other than how to supply a physician at the point of care with an accurate medical answer to improve their patient outcome. If you are one of the big AI labs, or if you're one of the Mag 7 companies, you have to build AI very horizontally. You have to serve someone writing a birthday card, someone writing an email, all of these things. We don't, and that focus gives us an enormous competitive advantage.
And what's it trained on? The medical journals, all the data?
So the other competitive advantage we have is we have strategic partnerships with the New England Journal of Medicine, the American Medical Association, NCCN, and the ACC, which are the 2 leading medical societies, and cancer and heart disease, which are the leading causes of death in the United States. So one of the things that we did right early on is we formed early strategic partnerships with the sort of gold standard sources of medical knowledge, and then we train on that. So that gives us quite a moat, because a lot of these horizontal AI applications are trained on the open internet, and that's good for seeing the sort of full distribution of human language. But ours are trained on peer-reviewed medical journals from the gold standards of medical knowledge.
Well, Daniel, it's great to meet you. Well, see you again. I guess we saw each other for Ken Show and follow Open Evidence. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Daniel Nadler of Open Evidence. We'll be right back here on Squawk on the Street. Talk about the move in Paramount.
Trend Tracker is sponsored by CME Group. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Those SPY puts still haven't hardly increased. So if you were in a hurry to take a trade, everything I'm seeing, you're not making any money. It hasn't been worth your time. So don't feel like you're missing out on anything.
Welcome back. Taking a look at shares of Paramount. Having a nice move this after earnings were reported after the bell yesterday from the media company. As expected, it did lower its outlook for operating earnings before depreciation and amortization, but not as low as many might have anticipated. Originally, the company had been looking for as much as $4 billion annually. Now it's at $3.5 billion. A number of analysts had anticipated perhaps it would get down to as low as $3 billion. That may be one reason why there's a positive response. Remember, there's not much of a float here. The TV media business, not great, as we all know, particularly linear cable. Think MTV, Nickelodeon, BET, and the like at Paramount, down 12% year over year, although they continue to talk about the benefits of owning a broadcast network in CBS. But it is, one would anticipate perhaps some optimism around direct-to-consumer that has the stock up as well. It did do, it is reached 75 million in total subscribers. Revenue growth was 24%. And then the guidance overall for the fourth quarter, total revenue seen between 8.1 and 8.3 billion, does point to some growth of as much as 1 to perhaps 4% year over year versus the fourth quarter of 2024. Obviously, a lot of different things going on at this company, including its pursuit of Warner Brothers Discovery. Doesn't hurt. Because this conceivably would be part of the compensation would be stock, and so you do want to if you're the Warner Brothers board, get a sense as to how that stock is performing after the latest earnings, at least perhaps somewhat encouraging, Carl. We'll have more on the pursuit of Warner Brothers perhaps later this week.
Yeah, definitely leading the S&P at the open this morning. When we come back, NEC Director Hassett's with us as Money Movers begins in just a couple of minutes.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla, live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, the path to reopening. The Senate sending its government funding deal to the House, expected to vote on the package tomorrow. NEC Director Kevin Hassett with us to break down the economic implications next.
Shares of Nvidia-backed CoreWeave sharply lower. Companies lowering its annual revenue forecast. Despite this surge in demand, we're going to be joined by one analyst who does cut his price target today, but sees some long-term opportunity.
And the quantum computing trade, shares of Rigetti surging more than 100% this year, but moving lower this morning on a revenue miss. The company CEO with us later this hour.
Meantime, giving a little bit back of Monday's bounce. S&P down 1/3%, NASDAQ down a little bit more. Tech is bearing the brunt of the problem today, down 1% on the S&P IT. Wells takes Infotech to neutral today. That's getting some eyeballs as well. And bond markets closed for Veterans Day.
Yeah, sort of digesting that big surge yesterday. We'll start with the economy as the government shutdown now enters its 42nd day, preventing a number of key economic data prints from being released. The House is set to vote on the Senate's new funding bill tomorrow. What could be a path to reopening the government. Let's hope. Joining us first on CNBC, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Director Hassett, it's good to see you. How do you think about the economic implications of a government reopening? Is it just a wash? The activity that was lost during the shutdown comes back, or is there something more we can expect maybe in stimulus as people get paid?
Yeah, I think that the way to think about what was going on, right, is over the last couple of quarters, because of the success of President Trump's policies, we've had about almost 4% growth. And we were carrying that momentum into this quarter. But then because of the shutdown, I think that the estimates from CEA and Goldman are that it's going to knock maybe 1 to 1.5% off of that trajectory. So we're looking for lower growth in the quarter. The question is, when does it all come back? And I think that some of the stuff is lost forever, and some of it isn't. But I would guess by the first quarter of next year, we'll be back at the 3 or 4% growth pace.
When do we get the economic data releases? We're craving data, especially those numbers on jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been briefed on that yet because there's been, quite a lot of disruption because of this terrible shutdown. And so, for example, I've been told that some of the surveys were never actually completed, so we'll never perhaps even know what happened in that month. And so we're going to be steering a little bit in cloudy weather for a while until we get the data agencies back up.
What do you make of some of the alternative data sources? I highlighted, for instance, last hour, the WARN notices, which are indicative of layoffs. We've seen a little bit of a spike lately. The Challenger layoff data, we've seen a little bit of a jump lately, actually the highest October that we've seen in decades. Are you concerned about the labor market here making a turn for the worse?
Well, the thing is, as you said, that we don't have the actual bottom line right now. But one of my old friends and one of the best Wall Street economists, Torsten Slok, put out a summary of all the labor market indicators. And on average, at his newsletter, it looked like things were still pretty positive, but not as high as it was in the first term of the Trump administration. But if you consider that we're also doing things like an immigration policy that's cutting the number of workers, the fact that we're still gaining jobs and reducing unemployment is something that we expect.
Right. That's something that came up today in NFIB. We mentioned it in the last hour, the percentage of employers who think quality of labor is the number one.
You have broken down between that gap
now,
guys.
Month-on-month jump we've seen
Okay,
in a while.
the gap
That
has
is
been broken
related
on
to
futures,
restrictions on labor
the
supply?
NASDAQ on futures.
Well, I think it's also the
NASDAQ
case that one of
futures
the things
gap
we're seeing, like you
did
saw
not
what an
hold.
incredible earnings season it's been, because AI is making workers way more productive. We're seeing that it's making wages go up a lot, and it's also making firms more productive. I think that smaller firms are behind the adoption curve for AI a little bit, and so that probably explains why surveys can count on people saying, I wish I had better workers. I think basically what's happening is that firms everywhere want workers that understand how to use AI tools.
Agree. How much do you think AI is the investment, the trillions, how much is that driving the economy right now?
Well, I think the way to think about it, right, is that the AI is making it so that people can run their business better. I don't know if you've ever tried to defeat an AI at chess, but you can't, right? And so imagine you got this really complicated chessboard of a business, and now all of a sudden AI is helping you run it better. And that's why we just had like a record for success in terms of positive earnings surprises, because the firms have been accelerating their profitability and productivity so quickly, and the workers have as well. Really, the adoption, skyrocketed this year, and already we're seeing it in the bottom line data. And so it really is an incredible productivity boom. The productivity data, do you remember back in the computer age, everybody was saying, well, the productivity's everywhere but in the data. But right now we're looking at about 3% productivity growth. And that's probably going to revise up once we get the data better in the future. Usually these benchmark revisions make productivity go higher when there's a tech boom. So think about it. You got underlying 3% productivity growth. That means if you get labor stock growth and capital stock growth, then you're really looking at, blowout positive growth. And you're doing it from the supply side, so it's not really inflationary. So we're really, really bullish on what's going on in the economy, and really grateful for the senators that did the job and got the cooler heads and got the economy and the government open again.
Yeah, but just beyond the productivity boom, which sure it's happening, just the investment that's flowing into building data centers and compute, just offsetting. It's not like the entire economy is perfectly healthy right now. Manufacturing has been in a slump for several years, contracting. Housing has been weak as well. Higher mortgage rates hurting affordability and supply too. The consumer has slowed down, and there's this bifurcation in high income versus low income. So I just wonder how much of the growth that you're talking about is really just the AI trade.
Oh, well. Again, the reason that the AI firms are being successful is that their customers are being successful, and their customers are being successful because there's this massive positive technological change, which is improving the productivity of workers and the profitability of firms at a remarkable rate. And I think that if you look at year-over-year consumption growth, it's about 6% nominally. If you look at investment, capital spending is a massive capital spending boom, and it's not just in the AI space. And so I think that the AI is part of the story, but the rest of the story is that we just had this big, beautiful bill, which was like one of the more powerful tax stimuli that we've ever seen, because it not only did the stuff we did last time on the corporate side, but also helps supply side tax cuts for workers with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and so on. And so we should be getting a big increase in labor supply and in investment, and that's the kind of thing that gives you a boom without causing inflation.
Although with the reopening, Goldman today says the reopening does raise the prospect of some reflation, plus the a tailwind from tax season, obviously depreciation and the bill's effects. Do you think fighting or getting disinflation in the first half is going to be a little more of a challenge than it has been?
Well, I mean, if you look at it, right, the last CPI report surprised almost all the Wall Street analysts, 48 of them, on the downside, meaning it was good news on inflation. And that number itself was inflated because there was a bunch of refineries shut down, if you're looking at the top line. And so we're comfortable that inflation has come way down, the 5% on average for Joe Biden. It's probably a little less than half of that right now. And the trajectory is really, really, really good if you look at it. And inflation is one of those things that has a lot of momentum if you look at the charts. And the momentum right now is headed really towards the Fed's target.
Even though it's been increasing for 5 straight months as of September?
Well, I guess if you look at it from January, there's ups and downs and seasonals. But yeah, it is surprised on the downside. People were expecting it to accelerate, and it didn't. And I think
let me see if there's anybody here.
Because this growth that we're getting is not from like printing a massive amount of government debt and sending checks to people like Joe Biden did. I mean, think about it. If you look at the macroeconomic picture, the way you get inflation down is you don't have the government spend like crazy. And we've actually got a deficit reduction so far this year that's really on track by December to be down $600 billion for the year alone. And so that $600 billion reduction in the deficit, takes the macroeconomic pressure off. But the other thing is we're doing is we're like really digging into what we could do.
These
at
were
the
I just
level
market ordered in this.
go
Also, it
after
was
price inflation, on an item by item basis. And so you can remember all the work we did at the beginning of the year on eggs. Egg prices are now down relative to last year. And we are looking at housing and other things that we can do to make people's lives more affordable.
Well, so I wonder how you read the message from the elections that we just had, the big wins for Democrats, not just the New York mayoral election, the governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey, because there is this feeling that people, I know that inflation has come down from the Biden era, but it's still elevated, and those cumulative gains in things like beef prices and coffee prices, the everyday items that people face are still high, and that is something that President Trump ran on. I do wonder what sort of economic takeaways you have from the big Dem wins.
Oh, sure. You make a really great point, Sarah. And the thing is that under Biden, because the inflation spiked so much, the real incomes, which is like the real purchasing power of ordinary folks, on average, went down by about $3,400. And since President Trump took office, real incomes have gone up. That means purchasing power has gone up by about.
Oh no, we lost.
That's why I don't like this.
Oh, I was waiting to hear the answer on that one.
That's why I don't like this.
Well, we thank Kevin Hassett. We got to most of it. Kevin Hassett is the president's National Economic Council. He's the advisor, also in contention. Oh wait, you're back. You're back.
See, I knew this.
Kevin Hassett, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, the shot froze.
Oh, I was just about to make my best point in history,
I
Sarah.
know. I was like hanging on every word. So talk to us about the inflation story and the pain that people are still feeling.
Yeah, that again, that I don't know where I got cut out, so apologies if I'm repeating myself, but because people's purchasing power dropped by so much because of inflation under President Biden, where it went up to almost 10% and averaged 5%, then real incomes, real purchasing power dropped by about $3,400 over the entire Biden term. And since President Trump has took office, we've been focusing on affordability and helping purchasing power go up. And it's gone up by $1,200 right now already this year. But people are right that we haven't actually closed the gap. We haven't filled the hole that Biden dug yet. And they're right. If you go to the grocery store, I'm the shopper in my family, and I was looking around at prices of hamburger and milk and everything just this weekend, and they're still way higher than they were when President Trump left office. And that's something that we're working really hard on.
So should the Fed be cutting rates in December? Chair Powell kind of made it seem like it wasn't a given.
Yeah, I was disappointed in what Chair Powell said in the following sense, that if you think about it, between the last two meetings, what happened is that we got a government shutdown, which was probably a surprise, and we got an inflation number that was much better than expected. And so it didn't make sense that that news would make them more likely to cut in December, and yet somehow they came out of the meeting saying they're less likely to cut. And I was kind of befuddled by that statement that they were doing, and wondered again if they're once again doing something political.
Finally, Kevin, I wonder what's more likely, a $2,000 tariff rebate check or a 50-year mortgage?
Well, I think that they're both really good ideas. The fact is that we've got a big reduction in the deficit. And the interesting thing is that it's not just because of tariff revenue. We've had a big positive shock to income taxes as well, because people's incomes are so much higher. And so back in the summer when we were saying that for now, let's think of the tariff revenue as something that reduces the deficit, there's more room even for deficit hawks to think about rebate checks like the president talked about, because we've actually done such a good job cutting spending. And the supply side effects, the Laffer curve effects of the tax cuts have actually made revenues go up. We're up about $200 billion relative to last year in revenue as well. So it makes room for it. And in terms of the 50-year mortgage, the bottom line is that it would reduce the monthly payment. We've got a real problem in America that too few people are getting that first home. And the age of first-time home buyers has gone up by about 10 years over just the last few. And so President Trump is really focused like a laser beam on trying to come up with something that addresses that.
All right. Well, that's a whole another topic for another day. But thank you for joining us. It's good to hear from you.
It's great
Kevin
to be here.
Thank you. From the White House.
As we're talking, getting some Boeing orders and deliveries, let's get to Phil LeBeau. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl, let's start with deliveries last month for Boeing because of the importance of the 737 MAX production increasing and deliveries increasing. For the month of October, Boeing delivered 53 airplanes. 39 of those were 737 MAXs. Remember, they were at 38 per month. Now they're moving up to 42. So that's a sign that they had the production supply chain ready to ramp up. Total deliveries for the year, 493, on pace for the best year since 2018 for annual deliveries. A light month for orders, just 8 for the month of October. 782 planes have been ordered from Boeing this year, and the backlog now stands at 5,911 planes. Sarah, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Still to come this hour, at least a half a dozen Wall Street firms cutting their price targets this morning on CoreWeave, including Jefferies. Analyst Brent Thill here to talk about what to do with the stock next, which is falling after posting weaker than expected guidance.
Speaking of pressure on the AI trade, Wells says it's time to cut some direct exposure to tech and add to names in industrials and utilities and banks. They will lay out that playbook later on this hour. Meantime, the president is participating in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery a few moments ago. Part of Veterans Day ceremonies honoring the military veterans of the United States Armed Forces. We'll be right back.
as I have said every time I'm on this show, there is insatiable demand for the infrastructure and product that we provide. This is a delay that is associated with the physical component of this business. It is a delay that will get fixed and passed through. And the other point I want to make that's really important is getting a data center online is difficult. Running the physical data center is not very difficult.
That was CoreWeave's Michael Intrader this morning with us on one of the company's third-party data centers. It's behind schedule. Stock's down about 14% after guidance did come in light. For more on the results, let's bring in Jefferies analyst Brent Thill, who cut his target to 155 today. Brent, good to see you. Thanks for the help today.
Morning, Carl.
What do you make of this conversation that they're going to have to assert more control over the engineering to avoid future episodes like this?
Yeah, you can't really change anything when a physical data center isn't ready for your infrastructure. So I think this shows you the danger of the AI trade, which is a lot of the pieces have to come together. It's like putting a massive Lego set together, and if you miss, the top of the spaceship, it's not going to fly for your kids. So this is a big issue for the whole industry. And again, it's more of a delay. It's not that they lost the transaction. It just happens in the front half of the year. The question now becomes they have to effectively recoup this and rebuild on top of what they already have for Q1. Can they actually deliver on top of this in Q1? So again, I think we're seeing this across the board. We're seeing this at Microsoft. We're seeing this at Amazon. We're seeing it in every company that we cover. And it's not a perfectly linear industry. It's going to have big lumpy deployments. Then we're going to scale back. I mean, just remember 2 quarters ago, Microsoft was calling for an acceleration in Azure. It didn't happen. Everyone thought the game was over. And then a quarter later, Microsoft stock goes straight up because they delivered a great quarter. So I think you have to look at this over a period of time rather than just on a quarterly basis. No question, it's a short-term hiccup, but we think, again, the roadway for AI is still in the infrastructure. We're in year 3, 4, build out of a 20-year cycle, and we're still pretty positive as it relates to many of these stories. They all need a little bit of a take a breath in terms of the stocks. So we think many of these stocks are undergoing what I would call a mini timeout, but it's not a permanent timeout.
I was going to say, so do you think that this is an overreaction? CoreWeave's down almost 13.5% right now.
Yeah, I think you're seeing, Oracle down $100 off its high, plus you're seeing many of these names sell off. So I think, again, it goes back to the group needs a little bit of a break. You've had a good move in the stock. But yeah, we do believe, again, that there's going to be a reacceleration in the business, and we expect that this trade will recoup and go higher.
Intraders made some additional headlines today suggesting that there is a role for the government and power and permitting. Of course, that adds to the conversations we were beginning to have last week about backstops, whether or not that was walked back or not. How do you think that story is going to evolve, the additional engagement of the government in this build-out?
I think the government will be very active, and I think maybe what Sarah Fryer was trying to say at OpenAI is that the government is going to be another entity that won't not necessarily backstop, but be a partner with AI. And you think about it, it's U.S. versus China. And our global team is doing really good work on AI. And if you look at China, they're not that far behind us. And so this goes back to, does the government want to be a partner with the companies here to ensure our leadership in the U.S.? Do we want to ensure that jobs stay here? Do we want to ensure, again, that our lead is safe? And there's been a lot of incredible enhancements globally, and we've got to ensure that we stay in that leadership position. So I think that many of the leaders in AI's perspective on government isn't necessarily a backstop, but as a partner, and they care deeply that we succeed in AI.
Right. Do you think there's risks to, I don't know, I don't want to say free markets, but at least competition? Do you think we can out-China China?
I do right now, and I think what we're seeing that is the case, that you're seeing the majority of the innovation here. There's been improvements in terms of efficiency, but can China prove the effectiveness beyond efficiency and actually the scale and the ROI and the deployment? But yeah, we certainly believe we're in a really good spot. But again, it's good to have competition, right? It's good to have another country, going and pushing us harder. And I think that's keeping us on our toes here in the U.S. So again, I think this is going to be global in scale, as I've said repeatedly, having done this for 30 years. I've never seen board members across the globe jump out of their chair about any technology trend. They didn't do this on Bitcoin. They didn't do this on cloud. They didn't do this on SaaS. Boards are jumping out of their chairs to embrace AI. And the CEO of Walmart says flat head count at Walmart for 3 years. I think every other CEO globally has to listen to that. How can I do that? How can I embrace this? It was part of my annual review. Are my employees using AI? I've never had that as part of my annual review at Jefferies. So we're all going to be using it. As they say, if you don't use AI, you're going to lose your job to someone next to you that uses AI.
Yeah. But what does that mean for the software names that you also cover, that some of them have been left behind, like a Salesforce, for instance, or others that are also embracing AI, as you say, but it feels like the market hasn't really gone along with that narrative. Workday, some of these others.
I mean, it's a tale of two cities, Sarah. I mean, you have on one side all the infrastructure names: Snowflake, Microsoft, IBM, Oracle. I mean, they've all ripped. They've all had great years. All the application names are getting destroyed. They're all down 30%. Adobe, Salesforce. If you're an app name, you cannot do anything well right now, and it's because there's no AI in applications. We're still building the AI buildings in the applications and the software or the artwork. You don't put the artwork up until the building's done. So it's energy, it's data centers, it's power, it's everything in infrastructure continues to rip. Their time will come, absolutely, but it's not going to come till probably 26, 27. And the reason why semis and all this infrastructure are outperforming is because there's an S-curve. There's an inflection in these businesses, and you see it across many of the names we cover. All the application names are decelerating. They're not accelerating. So again, and it's 90% of my questions with investors around when should I start to look at trimming Microsoft, Amazon, Oracle, and start to buy Salesforce, Adobe, other app names? And the answer is not now, because there's no inflection yet. The valuations haven't completely washed out, and we think the infrastructure trade is still intact. At least until the beginning of next year, if not the middle of 26, as investors look at 27 numbers for the application names.
Right. It's not that far away. It seems like we were hunting for case studies, use studies for a long time, and now we're awash in them, Brent. It's really interesting. Thanks. Good to see you. Brent Thill.
Good to see you. Take care.
Still ahead, billionaire real estate titan Barry Sternlicht with new comments to CNBC about replacing workers with AI. Speaking of, we'll share those after the break.
Plus, the CEO of quantum computing company Rigetti's with us. Weaker than expected revenue, stocks more than 40% off the 52-week high, but still up around 2,000% in the last year. Kramer weighing in on the sector's volatility yesterday.
I think that people still love quantum. They just want to own quantum. Watch that, because that is probably the most speculative part of the market.
Man, that probably got a lot of people squeezed out right there. I'd almost make a bet. Damn, I would love to sit here and give some commentary as to what's going on, but there's literally like nobody here. What did I pay? What did I pay? What did I pay? I paid 287, 287, 287. I paid up for that. 287. All right, I'm getting out of this. Let's go. No, 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 no. Okay, they gave me 3. All right, I got out of that, guys. I'm out of that. I don't want to be short. I'm out. Right there on that tail, I'm out for some profit. Nice. I got out at 306, got in that SPY short. 275, 278. It's like 278 after commissions, I think it was like 278, something like that. I'm good. You may get some follow through here and you get a little downside, but I'm good. I'm not getting whipsawed like that.
Welcome
I'm
back.
good.
The AI trade in real estate becoming more and more.
That's a loss for me. A profitable loss. That's how you get good at losing. You see that tail? You know why that tail's happening? Because the ones who know how to do this and the ones that don't, you had a lot of them sell up there, right? You had a lot of them sell. And when it comes back into that area where we were looking for that zone to break out, we're going to take some of our money off. And that's why you got another tail. Now, let's see what happens here. I think there's literally like nobody here, but I will go through this. For anybody that watches it back, I doubt you'll be here this long because I've been live since 7 o'clock. Here's what's going on. All right, here's the thing. Let me see, make sure what I got filled at too. Oh, nice, nice. They actually gave me the ask. They gave me 306. I thought they gave me 303. Nice. Okay, okay. Um. Okay, so a couple things here. First things first. So if we're looking at this, okay, here's our 4 hour top right. Right. What do we have below us? What do we have to help us for support? What time is it? It's almost lunchtime. Okay. So if I'm gonna go look, I'm gonna say, okay, I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at everything. Got our 4 hour trade line sitting right here. Right. We have our 4 hour trade line there. We said we were watching these previous lows, previous lows, previous lows, previous highs. Okay. Circle, oval. Get out of here. Held. You got up there and it failed. Didn't quite get there. We got above there yesterday. Now it looks like it's not holding to 680. So, okay, cool. What do we have as support though? Well, we could say we got the 9 EMA. There's your 4 hour trade line, rallying right up along with it. Right, 4 hour trade line. So let's go. Let's take it on. Let's take it back down. Let's take it back down. Chances are from this pullback, we're also not oversold either, or overbought, right? We're more than likely oversold, I'm sure, to an extent with this amount of time. So you're more than likely going to have an inside out day unless you have news. The bond market's not open. So we have resistance, possibly. It's not resistance yet because both times we went and revisited these prior lows, we just went right through it like it wasn't even there. Here, here, you had a pullback here, but just like yesterday, you ran right up through it. So, and that level I'm talking about is 680. So 680, you have an hourly chart or your hourly trade line also sitting right there at 680. Right there. But it doesn't mean anything. Since 9 o'clock, 9:30, it has not meant anything. It's just going up and down right through it like it's not even there. So what is it paying attention to? 15-minute. It was, but now it's reclaiming it. But you have 680. So we're above the trade line, below 680. Let's go to the hourly, half hour. So we could say until we close above it, that yellow line we could say is a rejection. So what I'm getting at is you have your 4 hour right there. You have the hourly right there. You have 680. Chances are, and you also have that square box, this gray one. That's that previous pivot high from yesterday. Chances are, you're just gonna be range bound right here between this zone, and you're not really gonna have a directional move unless you get some news. Maybe the end of the day they try to sell it off. I don't know, but um, I'm gonna say the longer you sit here and consolidate, I'm watching the Dow. Watch the Dow. The Dow is up, pushing, trying to push to all time highs. It's not there yet, but it's pushing at all time highs. So I would keep my eye on the Dow, and whatever it does, I'm doing with the SPY. Any questions? Throw it in the chat. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Let's see. So small trade here, profitable trade, but in my opinion, in my book, that's going to be a losing trade. Even though I made money, it was a losing trade. I probably shouldn't have, I shouldn't have done anything. We didn't do so well going in. We did pretty good getting out.
Stagflation is out of the picture. I would say it's, I mean, you might have a period of small stagflation, but the way AI is growing and then the way, you know, all of this policy stuff, I'm moving a little bit away from that, to be honest. I mean, it's always a possibility. Again, certainty is going to be the thing that gets you killed. So I would be open to all of it, but I do lean a little bit more away from stagflation. Just because I think it's either going to be deflation. It'll either be deflation or, you know, you're going to get a nice little boom or adjustment period from AI. That's the thing, you guys. I am like AI, bro. I don't know. I heard somebody say we get fucking singularity next year. And I don't know if I believe that because we don't even have fucking AGI. But yeah, dude, whenever AGI happens, would you guys like to have a futurist talk right now? Because I do think whenever AGI does occur, you're already seeing it. I think people are firing people just as an excuse and they're blaming AI, but it really is going to cause a shakeup. Do you guys understand that? Like, if once we get to the point where the taxis are robots, the robots are doing a lot of work, like we talked about yesterday, you know, the thing about large language models is like you could create with language, natural language. That's it. That's so much less advanced to create advancements. So you got to think about that. It's like once we get to that, that's a deflationary event. I mean, that's it. People are gonna lose jobs. It's, you know, you will lose your job, but things will be done a lot cheaper. Even then, a lot of the AI stuff, you could do it way cheaper today than you could have fucking 24 months ago, 12 months ago even. So yeah, it's like all of that stuff is gonna turn into to AI stuff, and that's very deflationary. So, but then it will have productivity. So, because again, that's in theory. But that period of that occurring, that's where it's going to be the issue. So then, and then I don't know if I could explain singularity well. Do you guys know what singularity is? Let's see if Elon's talked about it, for crying out loud. I think I could find you the Elon clip. I'll have fucking this South African explain it. Do you guys know what singularity is? Is it tin? Is singularity tinfoil? Is it tin? I don't think it is. I think it just, you don't know if it's good or bad. Like, there's going to be a point where, pretty much, long story short, there's going to be a...
And it deserves so much better. Let me explain. The Squadra Corsa was always my dream car, but I knew it'd be hard to find until one day in 2019, I did just...
Prestone antifreeze coolant.
Under this cover is one of the rarest Lamborghinis ever built, and it deserves so much better. Let me explain. The Squadra Corsa was always my dream car, but I knew it'd be hard to find until one day in 2019, I did just that, and it's been my absolute favorite car ever since. But why does this car matter so much? Back in 2014, Lamborghini was about to launch the Huracan, and they wanted to do a final send-off to the Gallardo. The engineers got together and made something spectacular, the Squadra Corsa. Just 50 for the entire world. 3 for Canada, 50 in the US, the rest in Europe. In fact, at the Lamborghini Museum in Italy, there's a Squadra Corsa. Yes, it's that important. So, that begs the question, why is my car sitting under a tarp in a random parking lot in Long Beach? Well, let's get into it. This is just sad.
those
Now,
Kmart
this isn't
looking
a
ass
hit
wheels.
piece. I'm not trying to burn anybody. I'm just gonna be really honest with you guys about what happened that led us here and why this car doesn't even drive anymore. In fact, it's been sitting here for a month. A local wrap shop asked me to wrap my car in exchange for marketing. I said, sure, go for it. The Golf livery is starting to peel. It's been on for a while. Let's update it. But I don't have time. Design me a livery and surprise me, and we'll do one of two things. If the audience likes it, we'll keep it. If they don't, we'll get rid of it. And if I don't like it, we'll get rid of it because obviously I have to like it. I only have one request. Make it mean. The car's always been colorful and playful. It was chrome gold at one point. It's been fierce fuchsia. It's always been bright. Now I want it to be mean. That's all I ask. And that was it. And eventually it got wrapped, and the wrap's done. I have not seen it in person, just photos. It was about 6 weeks late. I missed my deadlines for shooting, and I'm not upset. I said, okay, you know what? Give me the car back. But there's another problem. Question for you. What's the most important part of a vehicle to drive it? What do you need the most of anything in the world? The key? Ah, the key. So I'm not sure how it happened, but the key went missing. Fortunately, I only had one key, which is a really big deal. We can deal with the key thing in a minute, but in the meantime, let's show the audience. A lot of you guys might like this. You might hate it. I don't know. It's not what I wanted for this car. Some people might love it. It's not for me. And I'm gonna rewrap it. Oh, that's interesting. I'm missing a door handle. What? All right, guys, what do you think? My initial issue with it, I actually don't hate the livery. That's not what I want as far as the darkness goes, but I do like this. What's this called? Satin chrome? Something like that. It's got a cool look to it. The hood of the car has lines going this way, and this line goes that way, which I don't love. But overall, like, there are some elements that were cool, but the wheels are terrible. And here's why. They're small. They're 19s, and the car's not lowered, and I can't lower it because of the kit. So now the wheels in this BBS style look tiny, and they look out of place. So they made them for the car allegedly, and then they got them.
They were missing like center rings, and yeah, we had to put adapters for the.
I don't want that. When you have a custom wheel in a car like this, you don't want spacers. You want the car built like L13 would. But when you're at speed, like this car's doing 200 miles an hour, you want those wheels to be one piece, no failure points. I just wouldn't drive like that. So wheels will take off, we'll return them. Hopefully we can get our money back.
Hopefully.
How much were they?
Working on that. They were like $5,000.
And now I have to get this car over to, I guess, Lamborghini to figure out how to get the key, and then all the missing parts, like we're missing a door handle. This is where I struggle because when I was in Lamborghini at the factory, I saw that Squadra Corsa. It made me remember how much I love this car, and how important and special it is, how much it deserves. It deserves more than what I've done to it in some cases. So we are gonna take this car, go through it, bolt by bolt, nut by nut, make sure everything's dialed in, replace seals where we have to, and really bring it back to its gorgeous self. I am doing a new livery. It will be mean. L13 will make wheels for this car, and we're gonna do it right. So I guess now I gotta figure out the key situation.
I have an idea. How about you leave it up to me and let me wrap it this time?
No. This is just, we tried something, it didn't work, that's on me, and now we're gonna make it right.
Both doors are locked to the car. Is there a reason why it's locked?
I don't know. Maybe for security, I don't know.
Okay, because they were never locked before, so I'm just wondering how he's gonna get in if we don't have a key.
He does have a key. The blade is done. The blade is done. It's the chip that we're working on.
Why is it taking so long?
Some of them do. He's still working on it. As soon as it's done, I will get it done. It's a figuring out what exactly is going to make it to where we don't have to wait for a dealer key. So we're just figuring it out. That's really, you go to the car, you use a tool, you try to figure it out, you try to figure it out, you use another tool, you figure it out,
Okay, so here's the thing. This is a very special car, and I don't want somebody trying to figure out the software. I wasn't aware that that was the process to replace the key. So we're gonna cancel all that, and we're gonna go to Lamborghini and get them to support us with this car. If this was just a run-of-the-mill old Gallardo, I'm not as worried, but this car is, you can probably tell by my demeanor right now, this car is so special to me, and that's why I'm pretty frustrated right now. I don't want a company plugging in my ECU and being like, let me figure out this key. I want a Lamborghini key. This is a very special car to Lamborghini, but also to me. As of right now, it is bricked. It's not moving, and that makes me very upset. Hey, Evan.
Oh, hey.
Long time no see.
What's the fiasco here?
Right now, the priority number one is, are you cool with this car here for a little while?
No.
That's another problem. I know PFS wants the car to start doing the wrap and a new livery I've designed for it, but in the meantime, we gotta figure out this key situation. And we gotta figure out how to get new door handles, because the door handles are missing, which is a surprise.
How are the door handles missing?
I don't know, Evan. This is all very sad. I love this car. This is a hard video to make, to be really honest with you guys. I put the camera down a few times where I'm like, I remember the day I bought this car. Damon found it on AutoTrader. We thought it was a scam because it was such a good deal at the time. 215,000 Canadian dollars at 8,000 kilometers on it. We saw it, didn't act on it. I ended up buying the black gated Gallardo. Unfortunately, as we all know, that car ended sadly on the highway on the way to California. Then made an offer. Really hard to get a hold of the guy. He was super strange. I got it for 205,000 Canadian, and then I got delivered to August Motor Cars. And the date you guys saw it for the first time, I saw it for the first time, and I was literally teary-eyed. Like, it was such a special moment. Like, I only dreamed of having a car like this when I was younger. And I bought this car when I was in my late 30s. Like, I wasn't like these 24-year-olds like Keller driving Lamborghinis. I was working jobs and struggling most of my life, and this is a big moment. And that's when I see it like this, it does bother me personally, to be really transparent. So I'm gonna take all this right now as energy and refocus it to the positive. Unfortunately, I have this car, and there are solutions, and I have some friends that can help make that happen.
These aren't even in it.
What is going on? Bro, where's my odometer?
Gauges are gone.
What the fuck?
Yeah, hell of a
It's missing, my whole cluster's missing.
Yeah, bro. It's gone.
No.
They're really just...
Oh my God.
This is pretty bad.
This is really bad, dude.
This is a Squadron Corsa.
I think the key guy, because I asked him.
The key guy has my cluster?
What do they need that for?
Supposedly they program it with the cluster.
Bro, no.
This needs to go to Lamborghini like now.
Let's go into Evan's office and call Lamborghini. We need to get my gauge cluster back. Pardon my language. Jesus Christ, dude. No.
So there's no door handles, no gauge.
The door handles are in there, I saw them.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, so door handles are in there, need to be glued back
It
on,
looks
but
bad.
my cluster's
They're probably
missing.
doing
Look on Facebook Marketplace for a squad.
Don't even joke about that. F me. I'm calling Lamborghini Vancouver because the car's Canadian and there's gonna be VIN verification, so I might have to go back to Canada for this. Because down here they're backed up months.
Lamborghini Vancouver.
Hey, it's Dave calling from Daily.
The thing is, when you do shit like this, you don't surprise your client. You give them a heads up. Hey, you know, if the person's qualified to, you know, forward this stuff.
Driven Exotics, how are you?
Hey David, how are you, sir? I'm good.
I'm really good. Well, I've been better. I got a certain problem that I need help with. I've got a 2014 Gallardo Squadron Corsa, and unfortunately, a shop had it, and they lost the only key I have for it.
We need to order from factory and take 1 to 2 months.
It's funny, like, it sounds like a small problem you lost a key, but it's actually a really big problem, especially on an older Gallardo.
1 to 2 months.
I messaged, obviously, Lamborghini, waiting for an answer on them. Hopefully they can expedite it, but at the best case, it's gonna be a month. But what we can do in the meantime is PFS said, yeah, we can help you out with this wrap, so we can get it to PFS, so they can roll it around and wrap it in the meantime.
Well, if we can get the doors open.
We need to get the door open, but the biggest issue right now is getting my cluster back. If that went missing, I'm not gonna put that out there. By the way, good to see you. It's been a minute. How you been?
Very good.
What are you working on these days? Yeah, I noticed that.
As you know, Mercy is currently in Miami and they're looking for a LA location, so.
You guys partnered up.
Here it is.
So,
yeah.
So you guys start renting cars soon?
Yeah.
Exotic cars.
A couple weeks we'll be rolling.
That's sick. So you guys, a couple weeks from now, stay tuned. Come to LA, you want to get an exotic car rental? Evan's your guy. Well, there you go. There's the number, there's the email address. So you're coming to LA. How soon do you figure?
About 2 weeks.
Okay, coming to LA in the next few weeks, hit him up. Now that we have no HQ, Evan's like, I have extra space if you want an office. So guys said, all we can set up my new office.
So sick.
Well, that's depressing.
Yeah.
What is this?
So we're gonna fix the floor for you. We're gonna leave this. This will be your new homestead.
Well, I love the natural light.
Right
the reverberations in here is great for doing voiceovers.
Welcome back to another episode of Daily Driven Exotics, you see?
All right.
Listen,
thank you, I appreciate
beggars
that.
can't be choosers.
By the way, I can't share your details yet, but I thought we were done with the Compton building. We're not. There's a whole thing happening behind the scenes that I legally have to wait to get permission to share with you guys, but never a dull moment here at Daily Driven Exotics. I'm gonna cut off your wrap on the windows? This guy?
This guy.
Why?
Dropped his drink.
He's probably mad now he's thirsty.
Yeah, so he sits there. So he does this on this one, and then he comes back at 3:30 in the morning and cuts this one off. But it looks like he saves it, because if you fast forward, once he takes it, he's like careful with it. Watch. He doesn't crumple it up, like he keeps it.
And this is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, so I just spent $9,000 doing the windows.
All right, bro, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off right now. I'm gonna go and talk to a few shops in Orange County. Because now we don't have our own HQ, we need to have shops across the country to help service our cars when we have a problem. We have somewhere to go. So I'm gonna do that. We'll get the gauge cluster put in, and I'll have Ab pick up that car and bring it to PFS so I can unwrap it, start the new wrap, get the wheels off, and get my money back for those wheels that don't fit. I don't want to make this a big negative vlog. I'm still very fortunate to have this life thanks to you guys and the adventures we have in the Squadra Corsa. We're gonna figure it out. There's a few things that are really time sensitive right now to make sure we get back in that car, or else it'd be a bigger problem. But in the meantime, I've also debated making that car back to factory. The Squadra Corsa is the best version of the Gallardo.
As soon as he said that, I said, dude, look at when they when they unveiled it to him and pulled the cover off. It was so nice looking. I would just get it you might have to get some correction done to it, but I don't know.
And I loved it the way it was when it came from the factory. Now it's not good for YouTube, but it's great for me. Now if I do that, I'll take that kit and put it on a different gyro and maybe do a twin turbo kit and go even crazier. But I haven't decided yet. Either way, what we do need to maintain our cars is shops we can work with that we trust. Gintani is up in way north and they don't really do maintenance or anything like that, so they're too busy. So I need to have shops in Orange County for when we have cars in California, because there'll always be some cars in California, not the whole fleet, but one or two. And we have things like this come up. I need to know I have somewhere to take it that's dialed in. So right now we're gonna go and have some conversations and make sure we've got a plan. I just pulled over because the van was acting weird. The temps keep on spiking. I got check engine light. I don't know what that is. But what I do have is one of our new sponsors, and that's Spark. So let me show you quickly how effective this is. All you need is your OBD2 port and Spark, plug it in. Connect my device. It's an AI-powered device, which means it saves you trips to the dealership. What is the current mileage? Well, she's been through some shit. It really ranges, but let's just do that. There you go, it already has the Dodge Grand Caravan. It is a GT, that's okay. That's a lie, you guys, I swear it's a GT. We're gonna add the car now to my profile. Welcome to Spark. You just need this tool in your arsenal to avoid trips to the dealership, which this whole video is about avoiding trips to dealerships, but you know, sometimes it's necessary for a physical item, but a lot of times these glitches and errors are just digital and we can solve those problems. Right now we're scanning everything in the car to see what's going on with the Caravan. Actually talk to your car. Hi Spark, how are you?
Hi there, Dave. How can I help you with your vehicle today?
It was overheating earlier, but I think it could be an issue with the gauge or a sensor. Am I safe to drive this thing right now based on what you can see in the ECU?
Your vehicle has detected a couple of trouble codes related to the evaporative emission system. One suggests a very small leak, and the other indicates the fuel cap might be loose or off. These usually don't affect drivability right away, but it's best to confirm the exact cause soon.
Huh? How easy is that? Now we delete the codes. We're good to go, which is really important because I'm going to go see Garrett tonight. Garrett's back in the hospital. He's been going through a journey, you guys. I don't really talk about it on the channel because this is one of those things where it's like, this is real. This isn't Garrett hurt himself. Garrett's very, very sick. It's very, very personal. I talk to him every day. I just don't put it out there for you guys. If Garrett wants to share updates, he does that on his Instagram. No one's here. Hello? Josh legit said he'd be here. Josh? Look, he's rich. Fish equals money. What's this? You wrote me a letter. She knows I can barely read. Josh, read this in my head for me.
Dear Dave, I know you've closed your shop, so it's hard getting cars done. Just know that here at Bowden, we will always have your back. I've also changed my name and pursued my dream as an American race car driver. Love you always, Billy Bob Bowden. P.S. Watch this video.
P.S. Watch this video. Jamie, play this. Josh, I saw you. How much money did you spend making that clip for my video?
I don't want to talk about it.
Dude, that was sick. Nice job. Was that you actually driving?
It is me actually driving.
Did you pull the handbrake in that scene or is that fake?
It's all real.
How you been?
Busy. I mean, recovering from the video. It was a lot of work. Had to buy a house, buy a car, get tattoos. But other than that, just working away.
Well, thanks, man. I really needed that for my video today, so I appreciate you burning $236,000 in production and $6 million in the house.
Hope you liked it.
I'm dealing with an issue with the Squadra Corsa. My key's missing, and apparently it's gonna be 1 to 2 months. You can't help me with that. But I debated bringing the car back to stock and actually just retiring it from the channel.
No.
I know. I'm not there yet, but if I do, holy shit. We did not plan it that way. It's obviously a pre-LP, but that is basically my car in Superleggera.
Want to see what's special about it?
Yeah, it's a Lamborghini.
No.
Best car in the world. Holy. Did you convert this?
I didn't. Came like this. We're doing some work to it, but
that is sick.
It drives just like factory. Incredible. It's all factory parts, so we're doing wheels, PPF, suspension, but
Dude.
you know, he really wanted to get a Superleggera, and he also wanted a gated, so it's kind of best of both worlds.
That's actually a really good idea. Speaking of that, what if I took the kit off the Squadra Corsa, bought just an LP Gallardo, and then converted it? I won't convert the Squadra Corsa because it's too good the way it is.
Yeah.
But I can start fresh.
Yeah.
This thing is perfect.
Yeah, beautiful.
It has door handles too. Mine doesn't have door handles or a gauge cluster right now. It's sad.
Yeah, or a key.
Or a key. That's a big deal, by the way. I had no idea it's a big deal to lose a key to a Lamborghini.
I had no idea it took 2 months. That's insane.
So don't lose a key.
Don't lose a key, or have two.
What else do you show me in your shop right now? It's always busy in here.
This is cool. This is a black series. We're doing color change. It was black. We're doing this khaki green.
Well, that's
Wheels,
sick.
suspension, exhaust, performance parts from Rentec. The pretty cool 911R. Very special part. Doesn't look crazy, but you know when these came out, they were like 900 grand.
They were because it was like supposed to be the last manual.
And you had to buy a 918 to get it, so there was a crazy premium on them.
And then they made more manuals after.
The Touring, they came out, so these, but they're still holding pretty good.
But Porsche never said it was last manual. People speculated it was. So that's the difference.
So we did wheels, suspension, exhaust, color change. It was silver with green stripes. Now it's this Millennium Jade color from the Skylines. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's got a chocolate interior with houndstooth.
Oh, that is sick.
So this is gonna get delivered.
So what do you mostly do at Bowden? For those that haven't seen you in the channel before, what's your shop do?
Started out doing air suspension, so we were bagging cars like Bags by Bowden. Progressed into bigger builds with wheels, suspension, body kits, and then we started manufacturing exhaust systems in-house, so we do that over there. And we just got a pretty cool client base that lets us do whatever we want. Ferrari.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Damon would be in heaven to own this car one day.
I mean, they're unobtainable at this point.
How much are these now?
$5 million.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
For a non-Perten?
Non-Perten.
What's the Perten now?
7.
What? I remember these were in the 3s.
These were in 2s in COVID. Down to like 2.6 or something in COVID. Now it's just insane.
But you know that in 20 years this is a $10 million car.
I think less than 20 years for sure.
Yeah.
Because
Like-
there's nothing. This is 10 years old, and it looks like this. This still takes my breath away every time I look at it.
Dude, the mirrors are just like,
Yeah.
when they first designed this, that was ballsy.
Yeah, but I mean, it's beautiful. The doors, the way they go up, all that stuff. It's just.
So what's happening to this one right now?
We just did wheels and PPF. Did a little exhaust mod. Nothing crazy, but just kind of unplugged the valve so it's a little bit louder.
Dude.
Want to keep it as original as possible. Everything kind of bolt on.
I appreciate this. Like when you change the wheels aftermarket, maintain the factory center cap is a nice touch.
Yeah.
So it pulls it
Carbon
together.
barrels, so it just goes with the factory weave. Kind of subtle, but a little upgrade to make it look different. Factory wheels are just small and ugly.
They are small and ugly.
Brand new Cullinan.
Ooh.
Doing a wide body kit on it. It's got purple interior, really cool.
Holy. Dude, even has a Rolls Royce hat in the back seat.
I didn't see that.
That's the
pretty
flex.
cool. Yeah, full urban automotive body kit. It's all carbon, beautiful kit.
Those are one of the best kits as far as fitment goes out of the box.
OEM fit. Yeah.
OEM fit.
Incredible fit.
And they're based in the UK?
Yep.
Shout out to Urban. Not many body kits you buy actually bolt on a car.
No, it'd take a lot of work. This one is pretty damn solid. Panamera Turbo S, nothing crazy, but for some reason everyone loved it. We did these custom 3-spoke wheels on it.
Oh, that is sick. Is that those one-off?
Yeah, customer wanted a specific design. We helped him design it, and we had it manufactured close by. He loves it. Came out really cool, kind of JDM Viper look on this car. Off-road Cayenne.
This is sick. That bumper is very interesting.
Yeah, we didn't do a lot of the stuff on this. We're just kind of repairing it. He had it done somewhere else, so I don't want to take credit for it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, pretty cool build. New M5 wagon. I really like these. It's an all-new M5 Touring.
It was about time we got touring in North America because the
I know.
Brits have had these for years.
I love wagons. So we're putting VBS wheels on it, lowering it. This pure Songway, $805,000 MSRP. I think I have.
And that's USD. So in Canadian, that's literally with taxes, this is a $2 million car.
Novotec suspension, Anarchy wheels, our full stage 2 exhaust system. So the thing sounds like an 812. It sounds incredible, opened up. It's tailor-made, painted shields, every option you can think of.
So this is made with
You didn't even know
stencils.
what he got.
Well, what's base MSRP on this? Half that?
High fives.
This is where Ferrari actually got it right. And I give them a lot sometimes, but they put a V12 NA engine in an SUV. It's more of a crossover. Whereas Aero's the twin turbo V8. Now they're hybrid. Still a nice vehicle, but like, imagine if Lamborghini had put their V12 in an Urus somehow.
Yeah.
Because when you look at it, like the way they packaged it, it's still mid-engine. Like the axle's over here. There's a front of the motor. It goes all the way back. You can see from here all the way to the dashboard. A lot of room.
Evolution of the GTC4 Lusso or the FF.
Is it? I didn't know that. So this comes after the Lusso.
Suicide doors, 4-seater. I think this is awesome. But 805.
That's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, spicy meatball for sure.
And then we have a Ford GT over here.
1,000-mile Whipple supercharged Ford GT. We're doing the brakes from KW with the 4-corner suspension. And then we've got the Brembo brakes. We paint them in white to match the stripe. We've got a bumper delete. It's got our full custom exhaust on it. So this thing's gonna be pretty cool.
What are these things doing in market value right now, the GTs?
Skyrocketing.
They are, hey?
There was a record sale just now for a black with stripes, 500-mile car sold for $780,000. And you know MSRP on these?
One something?
150.
And they couldn't sell them.
They went down to under $100,000 when they came out. They couldn't get rid of them.
This is a car Damon and I slept on. We talked about it so many times. We never bought one because we thought, what do we do with it? Would you guys want to watch it? And now it's at a point where it's like...
Can't find one under $500,000.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. We go buy Teslas.
I'm good.
What's this one doing? Same idea?
Another one we built for a customer. It's got the same brake, suspension, exhaust, getting a new clutch and a new flywheel, and we're servicing the transmission. So this is kind of what it looks like taken apart.
And you guys really get your hands dirty here.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool spec. It's rare to see a red stripe delete. Super rare. It wasn't really popular back then, but now it's really hard to get, so they have a little bit more value. But yeah, a lot of Ford GTs. Ton of these coming in and out.
Yeah, I had no idea. People, it's cool that people have the cojones to modify these. Like, you know, if you take this car with its appreciation, but I mean, it's taste, you're not cutting it up, you're adding to, and you could reverse the suspension if you really wanted to.
Everything's bolt-on, everything's reversible, and we're just upgrading stuff that's 20 years old, right? Like suspension 20 years ago was trash. The brakes were trash. You know, the exhaust is like a pretty simple upgrade. So we're just changing things that it needs, not really modifying it to where it takes away from the homage of the car.
I'm doing the same thing. I have a 1991 NSX build I'm doing, and it's like that car was designed 36 years ago. 36 years ago, dude.
That's insane.
What's crazy is the NSX, I mean, you obviously don't have one here, but like it still today looks pretty modern.
Yeah.
For a car that's that old.
Yeah.
But they're slow. 280 horsepower.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really cool, Josh. You've done a really good job, and this is the thing we talked about recently with Matt Armstrong. Like, do what you're really good at. Matt's really good at doing what he does. We're building cars. Josh has built a really cool business around what he does, and we yell at cameras.
Yeah.
I'm not yelling today, though.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling about yelling. I felt like yelling earlier in the video when my key went missing.
I don't think he notices me. He still doesn't.
What's up, dude?
I was waiting on you.
Come on, like.
Waiting on you to notice me. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I just took a $146 Uber.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's
No,
actually pretty cheap.
it's a write-off. It's a write-off. I'm not paying for it. Dave has had a plethora of issues with the Squadra lately, one of which is the key.
Somehow the key went missing, and now the car's been sitting here for like 2 weeks waiting on a key. We got a temporary key that we gave you. It literally says VW on it. It's just to unlock the door, and it only puts power to the car.
A Volkswagen key. Currently, the car cannot be driven because we can't actually start it. We're supposed to take it to PFS today because it's getting a brand new, fresh livery. And obviously, as you guys know, this is his dream car. This is a car he's had for a while, but it's very special to him. So to see it, you know, currently in a state of not being able to move whatsoever, it's kind of disappointing. But we're gonna try and start it up, see if we can even load it on the truck. Well, here goes nothing. Doesn't sound good.
It starts for like 1 second.
Left turn signal, you got...
Try to get the lift up closing the door.
Closing the door?
Try to get the lift up closing the door.
Whoa. It doesn't start to do that though. We're gonna try and get the lift up. See if we can, I'm gonna power cycle it one more time. Nah, nothing. Nah, it's not doing it. Can't get the lift up. We don't even have the right key. It's a Volkswagen key, so it's not the one that's actually supposed to go with the car. Can't turn it on and get the lift up. This is a very aggressive front splitter, so trying not to rip it off getting it up on the truck. Kind of sucks when you can't move the car anywhere. Looks like we're stealing this Lambo to anybody walking by on the street right now.
So let's give it a shot. Might as well.
All right, he's gonna try and pull it up. We're gonna see. The only problem is you can't even, the steering wheel's fully locked. Like you literally can't even move it at all. Oh, look who that is.
What kind of is going on here?
If it isn't my favorite drinking buddy.
I've never even drank with you.
Yeah, we did.
When?
Back in 09. You remember that?
California.
Huh?
Stop.
Not bad, not bad. Freaking a sweat here, just filming this.
Now we're good.
Oh yeah, she's good all the way, all the way.
For whatever reason, there's some electrical issue now and the emergency lights don't go off.
Oh, well just get the key and you just click it, just turn them off, man.
We don't have a key.
Ah, well, we're So, in all seriousness, the Squadra is on its way to PFS. Dave is gonna be getting a brand new livery on this car. I'm very excited to see it because I haven't even seen it yet, but he's told me a little bit about what he's looking to do. Obviously, you guys haven't seen the car in this state. He's trying out a couple things. He ended up not liking how this ended up. So PFS, they're gonna save the day. But as you guys can obviously see, there's a lot of issues with the car currently. Main issue being we don't have the key. I've heard that that's a 2-month wait from Lamborghini to get a new key programmed for this car. You know, in the YouTube space, 2 months is like 2 years is what it feels like, because obviously that's 2 months. God. She's off the PFS, going under the knife, so a lot of changes coming for this car very soon. The main thing that needs to be remedied very quickly is the fact that it doesn't have a key, and it cannot even start. It starts for like quite literally 2 seconds. It tries to crank, dies. So what are you gonna do?
And Doug.
All right, here we go. We may have a long. Let's see here. I'm looking for a rally right into. I'm going to find something to see if we can put on some news here.
Like being politically correct. So we're not going to be politically correct anymore. From now on, when we fight a war, we only fight for one reason, to win. We fight to win.
Job seekers. Yeah, I don't see anything. You have the China.
And under my leadership, we're also fighting for the great veterans who have always,
like I said, you could have got washed on some of those.
been
You
there
got that
for
original
us.
one. That was dope.
And especially when we needed them and needed them most. In 9 months, the Trump administration
Again,
has
look at
cut
the gal.
the
Got him
backlog
right, man.
of
Screaming.
VA benefit claims
Screaming higher.
in half.
Boom.
That's a big achievement, and Doug is going to get it down to 0. During the Biden administration, the backlog exploded like we had never seen
And
before,
car.
and I'm going to eliminate
Not as big. That
100%
FedEx
of
move
that
is huge.
backlog. We're moving
2.5.
at that
You
pace,
still don't
and
have
already
anything yet.
we've processed more than 3 million backlog claims, the most of any year in the history of the VA. We've added more than 1 million extra service hours across the VA centers, and we've opened 20 new facilities in 13 states, something that people said just not possible to do. We also have brought back VA choice and VA accountability, taken away by the Biden administration, so that when you have to wait online, you go out and you get yourself a doctor. We pay for the doctor if you have to wait. And the other thing is we fired thousands of people who didn't take care of our...
We missed it. We missed it there.
Our great veterans.
It's all good.
They were sadists, they were sick people, they were thieves, they were...
Find the
everything you wanna
headline,
name,
because then
we
you
got
could
rid of
justify
over
the other ones.
9,000
But
of
until
them.
we know the headline, I want to
And
add
then
more.
when Biden came in, he hired them back.
They're
many
going
of
up, though. If you got
But
that
we got
first set
rid
I
of
told
them.
you about and you didn't
And I
overpay,
think
you're
we got
fine.
rid of them permanently. We replaced them with people who love our veterans, not people who are sick people. We're also confronting the
sad.
challenge of veterans' homelessness, and earlier this year I signed an order establishing the National Center for Warrior
Oh,
Independence.
homeless vet,
to
$6
house
billion
up to
a year,
6,000
please.
veterans in need, and we will not stop until we have ended the
Oh, where the
tragedy of
fuck is this?
homeless veterans once
Yeah,
and
dude,
for
there's
all.
nothing.
I'd see in New York.
Yeah, it's
where
going good.
people
Again,
that came into our
4% is a
country
damn trigger.
illegally,
That's what I'm saying.
They came in illegally, would be put
Okay,
up in
one
hotels.
set already went on the UPSs. Let me
and
see.
veterans
I
would be
want to get
sitting
another one, but I don't
on the
until I know what
sidewalk
it is.
outside
That's what
of
I'm saying.
that
The first
hotel
ones are
where
fire.
these
Watch
other
Eli
people
2.
are put in,
They're
and many of the
1,000.
people that came in
That
were
first
put
one
in
was
from
great because you
prisons.
could
They
have
were
got all of
murderers.
them were at
They were
1,000%.
drug
So if you went
dealers.
to that one I told you,
They were people
you're
that we
fine
didn't
now.
want in our
It's only
country.
like
They were
100%.
staying in hotels, luxury hotels,
That's
and
the
our
fill. The
veterans were
orders are coming in
sitting
good.
on the
But yeah, I still don't know what
sidewalks
it is.
watching them go
Like I
in.
said, UPS
I
is
said,
the
"That's
second
never
one.
gonna
There's a cheap
happen
one.
under this administration.
Yeah, I can't just. And I'm
I also
eating
signed
snacks.
the VA Home Loan Program Reform Act because
We'll
no
find out
veteran
what it
should
is
be
in the
We were
post
long
in our
UPS
position.
already.
for what they call a late payment. It's not happening. And I'm pleased to report that since January, the veterans' unemployment rate has fallen by more than 26%. That's amazing. Work hard on that. And I also want to give a very special thanks to all of the veteran service organizations that work so hard. They're all represented here today. But they work so hard on behalf of our great veterans, and one of the heroes who reminds us of why we fight for those who served in uniform is Army Major and West Point grad Jonathan Turnbull. In 2019, Jonathan was conducting an operation in Syria when a suicide bomber approached and detonated his vest, leaving Jonathan gravely wounded, so badly wounded they thought he had no chance. The injuries were so severe the doctors gave him, everybody, they just looked, they all cried. They knew him, they loved him, and they were just crying. They said, no chance. He
Donald
was
cracks me up.
resuscitated
No
3
chance.
separate times and
bad,
he
so
underwent
bad.
22 surgeries, but he refused to give up. He
But
wanted
he was
to
the
live.
best.
He loved his country. He loved his family. He wanted to live. He was going through hell.
Yeah, it's a
I
shame.
visited Jonathan at Walter Reed in 2020. Remember it so well. And today I'm delighted to say that Jonathan is not only alive, he is here with us, back on his feet, and living a great life alongside his beautiful wife, Samantha, and their 3 incredible children. Jonathan, Samantha, please, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Where are you? There he is. There he is. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're a tough guy. You're a tough one. Nobody could have gone through what you went through. He's doing good, isn't he, huh, Samantha? Thank you very much, both. And in conclusion, from the very beginning of our country, our great American flag has always been shielded and protected by a special cast of citizens who has stepped forward to safeguard liberty's cause. When danger came, when duty called, when Almighty God asked, who had the will and the strength to defend the land of the free, each and every American veteran stood up and said, here I am, send me, here I am. They've come from every corner of this nation, from the cornfields of Iowa to the hills and valleys of California, from the steel towns of Pennsylvania to the vast plains of Texas, from the banks of the mighty Mississippi to the 5 boroughs of New York City. With selfless commitment and unyielding conviction, they made themselves America's ramparts and became the shield between our homeland and those who would do us harm. With everything they had, they did one thing above all else. They put America first. On the decks of destroyers, beneath the thunder of cannon fire, in the cockpits of our beautiful B-2
FedEx
bombers,
is at a
aren't they
conference.
beautiful?
Yeah,
Now we
thank you for
respect them so
That's
much.
that's why. So,
What
dude,
a
that
job
calendar
they
then.
did.
Maybe I'll get you guys the
That in an
calendar because
instant
there's a lot. Remember, I said that
completely
this morning.
obliterated
I
Iran's
didn't know FedEx was on there.
nuclear
But there was the
capability,
Baird
of which
conference. I just didn't
we've
think they
just
would move
ordered,
shit.
I have to
So
say,
yeah, I have the
many
whole
more
list of
the
everybody at the
updated
conferences.
versions of that
What time is it?
incredible
Eastern.
piece
We're
of
at
art.
12:20.
They defended the American Republic, dispensed American justice, crushed
Yeah,
the
FedEx was at
enemies of
11:50.
freedom,
I
and
have it on my
vanquished
fucking
the
calendar.
forces of wickedness and evil. That's what we've been doing.
So check MP.
Because of what every veteran
MP's
has
next.
done today, the flame of liberty shines bright. The
Yeah,
people of our
Dexcom.
nation
I don't know. They
sleep
might be
safe.
at it too.
The American dream surges forward, and our magnificent destiny stands more splendid and glorious than ever before. So I want to say thank you once again to every American veteran. You are very, very
I
special
don't see him on the calendar there.
people, and always in our heart. Thank
And
you very
AMD is
much,
going to be
and
at
God
1.
bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank
TTD
you
as
very
well.
much.
FedEx sees sequential improvement. Q1, Q2.
Distinguished guests, please stand and join the United States Army Band and Chorus in singing God Bless America, and remain standing as we retire the colors. Please place your right hand over your heart or render a hand salute.
We're doing the pledge? Let's go. Oh, dude. I actually get copywritten for that. You know that? Every time. So for some reason, the American songs with the trumpet, they don't like it. It's great, though. I don't care. I want to eat. And then Spy's still going up. Again, FedEx was conference. So there's going to be a couple more. Again, MP should have been there. And then you're going to get ATS. That's Canadian. All of them are at the other one. Then Dover, HRI, and TRU later in the day. And then VRT at 3:20, right before the bell. America, land that I love. Banger. What a banger, dude. Light from above. Yeah, that would happen every time. It doesn't like give you a copyright strike, but it like gets you like they do a copyright claim on it. I have to remove it afterwards. It's a banger, dog. See how. That could be one. It has interesting options. But yeah, I mean, if we start getting these events again, we might get some templates. That's all that FedEx was. To the prairies, white with snow. That's what the Arabs do. They do the clap and then the double clap. It's a banger. Actually, one of my favorite songs. Oh. Woo!
Retire the colors.
Pepsi on the high. Coke was already doing good.
This concludes the 2025 National Veterans Day observance. Please remain at your seats for the departure of the official party. Thank you for joining us today to celebrate and honor all who served.
What's that?
Just a couple of good old boy rednecks.
I don't know why travel is doing well, dude, especially after the little Marriott Saunders bankruptcy. But then a lot of consumer stuff, and then granted we are one day away from the shutdown. I was saying how I feel like the shutdown slowed down some of that extra travel, and now people are gonna get their back pay and everything. That might speed it up. Alright, that's it. Alright, you got a couple of movers. Spies doing very well. It's actually about to go green. But this time
we
it's
have
been really
longs.
We had Oracle and a couple of big techs that were kind of dragging us.
Entered.
They were able to come back up, but this whole time equal weight has been melting up. You still got app on the low. Most of the names you really know what's moving. I don't think we've had like a shakeup in terms of like laggers or leaders, but not too bad, my friends. Here on a Tuesday, a Veterans Day with the bond market closed. And you're all here, man. The market is open. Is that Star Wars? I don't think that was. I love God Bless America. What a banger, dude. So yeah, Chad, not bad. Not bad. You got at least you got one little play there with the FedEx UPS if you hit that. And like I'm saying, there's a pretty big calendar, so there might be some other ones that come up here, but you know, that if we could start getting some of these front runs and they start hitting, that'd be great. Or if there's follow through tomorrow, but I think tomorrow has a better event calendar than today, but there's a lot. That was Star Wars, yeah. That's crazy. I haven't even watched Star Wars. You guys know that, right? I've only seen the one with Luke Skywalker and like where they got them little cars, you know, and they would race the little fucking hovercraft. That shit went hard. Yeah, that was the only one, bro. That's the only Star Wars I've ever seen when I was a kid. I think I only watched it because they had the toys at McDonald's. And it was a car. It was a vehicle. I like vehicles. I think it was episode 4, yeah. That sounds familiar.
Luke. Michael, I'm your father.
What the? So yeah, boys. How y'all doing? It's a beautiful Tuesday. Indeed. Hassett, they're reiterating that Hassett comment. Is he live? Stephanie Link buys Starbucks. You got a CNBC pump. Did it move? Yeah, there it is. That's the Imperial March. Yeah. Goldman, couple things are popping. Again, just as long as Nvidia, and then if you get a little bit more greenback from the other ones, then you're fine. UNP at 145. They have a management presentation. White House advisor has said inflation trajectory is good. And then they're reiterating the Trump comments he just said. With the speaker. Oh yeah, do a push-up. It's 9:30 here. Let me get you some propaganda. I need to stretch, dude.
An operations guy at the company for 25 years could make a turn quicker at Target. We'll see what they do, but I just prefer having a much smaller position here. And I'm going to slowly add to Starbucks over time.
Okay. I mean, the consumer, let's be
Yeah,
clear.
Stephanie Link was saying last week she was long
doing
Starbucks.
well.
Thinks
Those who
there's
have
a
made
change or
a
whatever
good
coming.
amount of money in the stock market.
Okay, so
are feeling great. They're
355 for
spending
these.
their money.
I was
Kinda
trying to think
everybody
if I
else,
could have
not
got them
so
for
much,
260,
right? If you look at the
something
commentary
like that,
from
but it
earnings
doesn't
season
look like
from consumer-related companies, it's
like
kinda
290 was the lowest.
startling
270.
how many have been
It was at 1130.
I can't read the whole list because it'll literally take me too long to do it. But Cheesecake Factory, their comps missed. Cava, the comps missed. They cut their guidance. Chipotle comp.
I gotta go over
missed.
charts. Gotta go over
Carter's
a
guide
lot.
was soft.
Texas, right?
What
Like,
else?
if we get a
Kraft
dip here,
Heinz,
or if that was
Mondelez,
the
they
dip.
both cut their outlooks. What do we do with that? Restaurants aren't great, right? I mean, they haven't been great.
No, they haven't been great.
At all.
I sold Chipotle. It was horrible. 3 quarters in a row. This new CEO is supposed to turn around the story, and he's not turning around the story.
Well, he can't put money in people's pockets.
But this is the point. This is the point, that you go with the best of the best, and Brian Nichols, the best of the best.
The Dow
I'd rather
is
put my
seriously
eggs
on a
in
run.
that basket than the Chipotle basket. I disagree with one of the names on this list, and I'll tell you. Has jobs, they have wages, inflation has come down, interest rates are coming down. You mentioned that they have investments in the market. They also have higher home prices if they own a home. So the confidence levels I kind of just put to the side. I know they haven't been good, but it's the action that we're seeing. And our consumers in the United States, they spend. We are a nation of spenders, whether we have the money or we take on the debt. We just do.
Steph's got the deflection dome around everything I try and throw at her comes right. She's ready to throw it right back.
Can I turn it around on consumer businesses for next year?
Real quick.
Tariffs are going to come down. They're going to be more prescriptive. This is going to be better for earnings on the consumer side. It doesn't have to be just a demand story. It could be a supply story.
All right, Kate Rogers has the headlines. Hi, Kate.
Hi there, Scott. The Pentagon's largest aircraft carrier, the U.S. Gerald Ford, and its strike group arrived today in the Latin American region, dramatically escalating a military buildup in the Caribbean amid tensions with Venezuela. The Navy says the deployment is in line with President Trump's directive to dismantle criminal organizations and counter narco-terrorism. It comes after 19 U.S. strikes on alleged drug-carrying vessels in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific that have killed nearly 80 people. Organic baby formula maker By Heart recalled all of its products sold across the U.S. today after some batches were linked to an outbreak of infant botulism. Federal health officials say at least 15 babies in 12 states have been hospitalized since August, with more cases pending. No deaths have been reported. And President Trump saluted the nation's veterans today during a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery's Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. In remarks after the ceremony, he said he wanted to rename Veterans Day to Victory Day, similar to other countries. Scott, back over to you.
Okay, Kate, thank you. That's Kate Rogers. Coming up, Josh Brown ready with his best stocks in the market list, and we still will do biotech, which has been breaking out, I promise.
Corient. Wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to work here. We had a little bit of a break. Yeah, man. Is this the wrong ear? Just so... Let me see something. Let's go over... Just in case we do have a bounce here. What's going on? Hold on 1 second. But I'm going to start going over some names. We had earnings. If this was a bounce, I want to make sure. Okay. Just want to make sure the sound was on. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, got that. Got that. Holy cow. Okay, so I'm just bada bing, bada boom. So we just got through earnings. Let's pull up the earnings calendar here. Okay, hold up. Rivian, that's another name I forgot. So 681. I have the 681 calls that I'm watching here on the SPY. Okay, that's what I was doing before I left, but we're going to do two things. I'm going to go over this. So we have the 5-minute catching up. This trade looks like it's trying to catch up to itself right now. All right, look at this, right? And the Dow. Look at the Dow, just still ripping and roaring. I feel like I have too many levels that I shouldn't have, and it's making my charts look awful. I don't like it. The Dow is just on a runway ticket to UNH isn't doing anything. What names in the Dow are running? Apple. Okay, Apple. That's cool. Okay, Apple's pulling back in, but it's not doing anything crazy. It had a nice breakout morning. It hit that pivot low. Merck, Nike. Where's Nike at? I might buy more Nike. I may buy some more. Dude, Nike's on a tear. 7. I want to buy some more Nike. What's Nike's market cap? See, I'm getting off topic here, but okay, 93. Okay, so look at this. So it's not even 10 times earnings. Okay. Wait. They bring in half of their market cap. No. Hold up. Hold up. So let's talk Nike real quick, guys. Damn it, the spy is right there too. Um right into overhead resistance. That's okay. So Nike, oh man, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to do a few things at once here. Um so okay, so 2026 that ended August. They're bringing about 12, so let's say 10, 20, 30, 40. That's 40 billion. Literally, that's below, okay? Below what they're bringing in. That's below it, okay? They're bringing in 40 billion a year. Their Nike's market cap is 90. That leaves you a multiple of 2. So it says here the PE, which is approximately 31.3, enterprise value to EBITDA 26.7. Other multiples include a price to sales ratio of about 2 to 3, price to book of roughly 8, which is about what I had, 10. I guess that would be your price to book. Okay? If you guys want to see it, I can bring it over here, okay? Um I'm going to buy more Nike. Let me go to this chart. I already have some. I already own it. I've owned it for a while. Not really a while. I bought it this year. First time I've ever owned it was this year. Sometimes you guys gotta wait. It's hard for me too. I get it. But wait for those deals. UPS, not sexy. Great deal. Nike, I waited. We got the tariff sell off. I said, give me Nike. All right. Anniversary of the Jordan 5s, 4s. Okay. You're say no more. I'm going to take it. I don't own it. I want to own it. Give it to me. So, um, back to what I was doing. Okay, Nike. Now it's back down into this zone. Let's do some work on this. I'll just go back. So here's your past 4 revenue cycles, and we'll call it 10. 12, 11, 3, 11, 7, 1172, right around 12. So we'll say 10. I'm going to cut it short. That's 40 billion a year. Okay, they're bringing in 40 billion a year, and their market cap is 93. If this is correct, they're bringing in half of their market cap, and that's undercutting it. So, I mean, say no more. That's a deal. I'm gonna take it. Okay. Now they may grow a little faster at times and slow it up at times. To me, I can put cash in there and sleep at night knowing that they're still averaging this, and I have cut it down to where it makes sense. If something bad happens, it sounds like a lot of the bad news is already priced in for the most part. Okay, again, this is a long-term hold. Give me more. So, here's what I wanted to do. Here's what I wanted to do. Again, I don't. These aren't names you're going to make a ton of money off of. Okay, this isn't your Zscaler, your Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia. You know, you're more than likely not going to 10x your account, but you know what I'm saying. I once you put it all together, a little bit of growth, a little safety at good prices, you're going to do fine. Trust me. Trust me. Have faith in the process. Have some faith. Stop trying to end the Fed, because when shit goes downhill, every country has a um, central bank for a reason. It does more good than it does bad, guys. You know, things could be. You got to admit, people have it easy. They really do, right? You have a phone, you have access to the internet. If you don't, I'm the lowest of the totem pole, right? They got a phone, I'm sure. They have a way to get online. They have social media. So life ain't too bad. They're alive. They're eating. So we can't say all these things are that bad. All right. Anyway, back to where I was at. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if we can get a little bit of a pullback here on Nike, and I want to try to buy this pullback. 50 cents ain't going to make a difference. I'm not buying, 10,000 shares or anything where it would make a difference. But let's try to get this little zone right here. See if we can get a pullback going into the end of the day. I own it at much lower prices, so it won't really matter. I just don't know if we're going to get that, which is okay. That's okay. I'm just gonna grab a couple here. I'm doing it right now. Boom. Done deal. Done. I just added to Nike. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, by the way, I sold my Ford position. All right, let's go over some trade ideas here. Let's go over some trade ideas. We're going to go over some of these previous earnings that we had. Think about this, guys. Here's what people don't know. We're getting ready to get the Black Cat 4s. I don't like them. I like the Black Cat 3s. I think they're a better shoe. But for you have a lot of cool releases that are coming out for Nike, Jordan brand. They have their running shoes. So there's a lot of things still on the table for Nike. I think the old CEO's back. I think we got a lot of cool things going on in the pipeline. I'm gonna try to get my hands on quite a few of the Black Hat 4s. Um, I'll maybe sell them or whatever. I was able to get the Cement 4s. I was able to get the Grape 5s. I tried for the what was the I forget what the release was here in September, August. I wasn't able to. Like unnamed or something like that. Undefeated. The undefeated 4s. So I tried to get these. I tried to get them. I couldn't. Tried to get them, I couldn't. I tried to get these, but I couldn't. Couldn't get them. The images are awful on here, so doesn't do them justice. Not something I would wear, but you know, if you know, you know. So the undefeated fours originally. If you were able to get them, so look here. You got these for 33,000, 33,000, 10,000. Okay. You see why I was trying to get them, right? Okay. Right? So if you purchased the original undefeated fours, undefeated, the undefeated brand, I guess it's a clothing brand or something. They were the first collab with Jordan. Maybe a designer collab. I think they were the. I know that. I think they were the very first collab, and there was only 72 pairs made in 2005. Uh, so yeah, a rarity of the original 2005 version. It's made it legendary Grail shoe with one pair selling for 44,000. In South By's auction. Okay. So you see why I tried to get those. All right. Anyway, let's move on. Um, let's move on. All right, Rivian. We have. Let me go through here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go bring up the other earnings. I'm gonna bring up the earnings. Go through some of the stocks that had earnings. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm bringing everything up here. Um, do we have anything for tonight? Let's see. Before we move on. Damn it. Sorry, my shit's riding up my leg. We have Oclo, ORLA, DOXCAE, so nothing really. All right, so you do have Circle on. You know what I don't own any of that I should own? Shit, Nike's still here. Look at McDonald's ripping. Man, I don't want to go on a shopping spree, but I'm going through. I'm going to bring up. All right, so here we go. This was November 3rd, October 2027. It was a little ways away. I did own Merck. I got rid of it because it's just sitting there at $80. I didn't really want it. So biotech is still doing good. Where's Biogen at? BIB. Keep an eye on Biogen. All right. If this, you got to get above 160. But if biotech is going to start making a run, I want to have access to it. Okay. I want to have an allocation. All right. A few of them that I'm looking at is Insight, INCY. All right. Look, this thing's already gone. God damn it. Beautiful wedge here. Look at this. Beautiful wedge. Boom. All right. Beautiful wedge. Breaks out. That sucks. So we're coming right up into resistance here. If we can get some pullbacks, let's run some Fibonacci retracements. Let's run our fib levels here. I don't know how we would do this. This chart does not look good. It doesn't. Because I think it's already played itself out here. I mean, the next best thing I could do is started and it fell. There's two ways we could do this. Run it up to this previous high here. That's too much of a pullback, it feels like. I mean, it's running right with this. Look at that. Each level. What were the infamous words of Paul Tudor Jones' partner? If it quacks like a duck, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Well, it certainly ain't a chicken or something like that. Something like it. Something about what he said. So, all right. So you have Insight, Biogen, BIIB is the ticker for that one. The other one that I was looking at. Maybe I should buy it. INCY. That's what I think I'm going to do. INCY. I'm not going to buy it right now. It's just way up here at resistance. So I'll probably just let today happen with the biotech names and not really. B1 Medicine. We'll cover some of them, but I'm not really too. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and look at some of these earnings plays, and I'm gonna see if I can. I'll go. I check up on these from time to time, so I'm not gonna set an alert for this, but I'm just gonna keep my eye on it. But Insight is just. I sent this over to a couple people, and I wonder if they took it. All right, first name on the list. All right, we have Palantir, PLTR. So, this one broke out yesterday. So right now it's consolidating, not really a trade for right now. Had some really nice price structure here in this area. Some really nice price structure. You pulled in there Friday. The dip got bought, and just a mean rally yesterday. And now you're hanging on to the top end of that range. All right, it's about $1.50 to $2 wide. $1.88 to $1.90. Okay. Anything below $1.90, you're looking for pullbacks into the gap below you. Let me do this real quick. Man, the spy's going. The spy is going. Shit. Look at that. That was a beautiful break and retest, man. Beautiful break and retest right off of that level. Look at that. 680. Damn, they were 3. So they're about $1 more. It's nothing crazy, but you're looking at 439, 440 right now on those contracts for the 480. The it would have been for November 14th. The ones I just had up for the 481s. Right here, had them up there on the time and sales the whole time. 681 calls. 681 calls. So you're up about $1 on those. You're up about $1 a contract. Let's look at the Dow. Still screaming higher. Man, that would be awesome if we could get this pullback. So the Dow is headed right into a key area up here at 479, 480. You got to look for that to be a little bit of a pullback. So if anybody has questions, please feel free to throw it in the chat. If you guys could hit the like button, it'd be really cool. Shout out the troops, shout out the Marine Corps, shout out public service. All right, let's go take a look at hims and hers. Man, this might be a nice little opportunity for a pullback if we can get it. Obviously, you don't want to fight a move like this. Here, you know what? Let me pull. So that was with the bet. Just give me 1 second. My stuff is all behind. Come on. All right, we're good to go. All right. All right, so back to what I was doing. I'm going back over a lot of these names that we just had earnings. Markets rallying. I had the long up on the S&Ps. Just kind of got away from me. No big deal. Comfortable. Made a little bit of money today, not much at all. On that pullback on the S&Ps. So right now I'm going to go through and kind of get a game plan going. If you guys have questions, tickers, anything you guys need, throw it in the chat. If you could, hit the like button. Support your troops. Shout out Marine Corps. So first things first, we were going back through the earnings list here. Right? Palantir ran yesterday, so I'm going to run right on down the list. Hims and Hers, Uber, Spotify, Shopify, AMD, McDonald's, Unity, and we'll keep it going. Right? I still have the week before and stocks that are trending. So I'm just going through the list. Bought some Nike today. Bought more Nike for the long term. I was gonna say Tesla just started really starting to just limit down right there for a minute. Let's see. So I'm gonna wait, see if we can't get down into that 50-day moving average or 440 on AMD. I'm gonna go back to Hims and Hers. I just wanted to look at this real quick. Okay, so there's your hourly chart catching up to it. Where's the overall market? So the Qs are trying to turn around here. You're at prior day's VWAP. It's actually trying to hold it as support right now, which is kind of crazy. Not really. The Dow is, look, the Dow's been our leader. We used it yesterday and today, guys. All you had to do was watch the Dow and trade the SPY using the Dow. That's it, right? And you're up, right? You would have known to go long. You had this resistance level here. This is at the bottom right of my screen, right? The Dow just ripped through it right there. You just went right up into it. Didn't bat an eye. right? You didn't bat an eye there. What is that, 476? And all you had to do was just, instead of having DIA trading it, you would have just had to just use the SPY, right? Use the SPY. I think the IWM and the Qs are lagging. Let's see here. All right, so good. Not really much. So I'm still a little, iffy on what's happening here. If the Dow continues, then I can only assume that it's only a matter of time for the Qs catch up. Right? You're coming into overhead resistance up there at 625 to 628. But I don't think that's going to be the case. It could be, but you're starting to come up into resistance. So now may be the time where we want to start looking at pullbacks on the Qs. But I digress. Let's go. Stay on topic here. Tesla. See something. 50-day below there. We're just kind of chilling right in between this area. 441. 1 hour, 4 hour. Again. All right. No trade there. It's okay. That's what we said this morning. There wasn't a reason for Tesla to move, and it hasn't really moved. It's down a little bit, but that was right off the bell, and since then it hasn't done much. So no harm, no foul. I wouldn't mind actually looking. What are these calls are going for? What are the 440 calls going for again? 660. So they're still, you're paying $1 extra in premium for that $5 move. Well, I'm sorry, 50 cents, because you're at 350 40, 350 435 50, 435 40, 435 25 right now. So you're paying that $5 plus another $1.70. So yeah, they're actually, no, you are. You're paying almost $2 in premium for the long, guys. The contracts here are $6.75. They're 600. They're almost $700 for a $5 move. Right? So you're paying $2 more than you should for that $5 move. So you're paying $2 in premium. $2 more than you should, technically. Right? If that makes sense. It may not make sense to some of you guys. But it's very simple. You're at 435. Really 436. More so 435. You're at 435. 435.39 you just hit. 435.50 now. It's a $5 move. Why are they charging you $7 for a $5 move? So whatever's left over, you have a $5 move to your target, and you're paying $2 more. This is a $5, but you're paying $7. You're pretty much, that's your break even right there. You got to be right there. That's about your break even. So if you can get above that, if you think we can get above that before the end of the close Friday, that's a good deal. You should hop on it. I'm not telling you to, but if you think Tesla will be back at high a day and or above high a day, that's a good deal. If you think you could say retest Friday's close, that might be a good deal for you. For me, no, it's not really a good deal. So I think we can get it lower. All right, back to what I was doing. All right, first things first, let's go look at, let me pull up the cues. Bouncing again. Let's look at Uber. We already know where Uber's at. It's not really paying. We hopped on some January calls on Uber. They paid yesterday. If you didn't take your money, you didn't take your money. And this is why you never let a. This is why you should keep that as a reminder. What if you get paid, take your money. Don't be trying to be perfect, thinking you're gonna just get 1,000%. It's not your job. It's not what we're here to do. You're not supposed to catch the whole move either. Just get the move, a move, and take your money. Move on to the next. So Uber's just hanging out here. I think it's just in a zone where it's choppy, right? I would like to try to go for this gap fill here. I wanted to see if we could get that 92 entry again before I went long on it. You have the 100-day, the 9 EMA, the 50-day, support, resistance. You have all this overhead supply that is just not going to give you that breakaway type of trade. It could, but it's just kind of, in my opinion, it might be a little difficult. The probability that you just have like a breakout type of day for Uber, I think is highly unlikely. The entire tech sector, let alone the overall market of the tech sector, you have semis pulling back. The Qs have a little bit of headwinds also. So for you to just, get a massive gain on this, you can make money. That's not what I'm saying. But to think that this thing is just going to break out and just rip and roar, you might want to rethink, you might want to look at the chart again. All right, so that's Uber. Not really a trade here for me. I mean, if you could take a trade at here, 93.50 pullbacks, and look for a bounce if the market can continue stronger, you might be able to get a trade into 94.7. But here's the thing. We were long down here, guys, on Friday. This is our long. We were long here on going into the end of the day. Meta and Uber. Those were the two trades. And, right, you've already made a lot of money at the 94. You were $2 in the money from where we bought them. So that's why it really isn't a trade for me right now. Because you can get I think you can get a better price. Give yourself time. Okay, let's see here. If you guys have tickers, throw them in the chat. Any questions, throw them in the chat. If you could, hit the like button. It helps the stream. That'd be awesome. Support the troops. Shout out Marine Corps. Shout out service members. All right, let's go. Boom. All right, so that is Uber. All right, you got some overhead. You got some overhead supply along with moving averages on your daily chart. I'm good. Let's move on to the next. Sorry, just trying to get it. All right, so Uber. Let's look at Shopify, Spotify, AMD, SMCI. Let's go look at Shopify. All right, look at this. This might be, let's pull up the daily. I think this is really overvalued. I posted this on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Shopify. Are you kidding me? Come on. There we go. All right, so we have this resistance zone here. What is that? 160? Is that 160? Yes, I do have it marked. All right, so we have this little resistance zone here, 160. We had a nice, it's just hanging out here, consolidating at this gap. You are above the 50-day. You have the 50-day right there at low a day. So it stuck the 50-day today, I guess. Here's your 50-day. You're starting to get that 9 EMA there. And look at this. That 9 EMA, just like the SPY, looks to be the bigger, to me, see the 20-day, you hung that 20-day, and then look, cradles the 9, bang, hits the 9, gap below. The 50-day is a good marker here. Look, 50-day, right? Here we go. Which ones is it using? Looks to be the 50-day moving average. Gap below. And look, right now we're at the 50-day again. So it's just 50-day rejection, holds, rejects. Just trying to see what moving averages it likes to use. Because you can't, you can say, oh, it's a 20-day, but some stocks like to use certain things. Like here for a period of time, it was hanging on the 20. Now you can see it shifted and it's hanging on the 50. Before that, look what it was dancing around that 100-day. So some nice support and resistance here too, though, at 155. So that's going to be the range I would play, and I would wait. You get 155 again, or you get a test of that 50-day on Shopify. If you think the market's going to continue higher and Shopify is going to continue higher, just understand you have your 9 EMA right there. Also, the 20-day. So once again, a little bit of overhead resistance. We might consolidate for a little bit. Each chart is kind of showing the same thing. Let's go here. And I need to look at. That was the breakout. This isn't moving, so I'm going to move on. Look at the volume. The volume's really low. I'm going to move on from this, guys. But maybe something to keep an eye on. Right now it's green. It is green while the overall tech sector is, depends on what part of the tech sector, but semis and software are red. Software application is leaning more green. You're seeing Adobe, CRM, some of those type of names. FICO. Running the show here. Let's go look at Hood. We like to Shopify, Spotify. Let's start going. SH. All right, SMH. The SMH right smack dab in support. They have a really nice support level here. Problem is that news with Nvidia. Again, I wouldn't be scared. That I think. I'm not. I think people are going to be reading into a lot of different things like Oracle. Just from stuff I've seen on Twitter, like there's a reason for everything. It's Nvidia's not going anywhere. I'm gonna tell you that right now. More and more people are going to be using Nvidia chips. Let's see. I'm just trying to find things that are. So it's kind of stuck. I think you're range bound here, but this is support down here. So if you're a person that thinks semis are going to move a little bit higher, this is a nice zone right here. Previous highs, multiple failed breakdowns, right? Multiple. You broke down, it recaptured it. It broke down again, recaptured it. Now it's testing it again, and I think this time if you fail again, like that's it for a little while. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. Don't know what the reason is yet, but I'm sure it would show itself. But with this type of volume and these lower volume sell-offs, they stepped up in a big way on Monday. So we'll see. Government opening back up, I guess, eases market sentiment for whatever it's worth. I mean, it's a big deal. I don't know. I'm kind of just talking the talk at this point. It's not about rate cuts. Please, if you think, if you're a person that thinks that we need the government open for rate cuts, you are surely mistaken. Okay, the bigger problem. There's only 2 more rate cuts. Please, there's only 2 more rate cuts. Remember that. There's only 2 more. It's not going to make a big of a difference. You're already hitting the target for summary of economic projections. 3.5 to 3.75. We're already almost there. You only got 2 more cuts to get there. So it's debts. Okay, that's what matters. That's why we saw a global sell-off. I just have to say it. Right? For anybody that listens to people that think we need the government open to hike so we can cut rates. No. Fucking goofballs. Come on. Act like you guys, you think you're market participants, and then you say shit like that, and I second guess. Are you really? Do you even know what the fuck you're doing? Okay. We had a global sell-off. Japan, Australia, Germany, China, Europe. We all sold off because of this shutdown, because of debts. That's a bigger issue at hand here. The entire cycle of loans not happening, debts being paid, not happening, people not getting, like, that's the bigger issue. All right. Anyway. CoreWeave, we talked about this morning. I missed this bounce. We did have an alert up here. We wrote down 98 to 100. 98, CRWV 98, 100/98 rejections. Right, that was right off the morning watch list. That's CoreWeave. And then we have also PSKY, and we wrote down, before we go there, 1650, 17 rejections. This one had some strength, so you may not get it, but 1650, 17 rejections, you did get it. You did get it. 17. Nice rejection up there. I tried shorting this up here. I couldn't get filled. There was no volume. Look at this pathetic volume. Now there's volume. When I was on this, guys, there was 200, and I was the one on the bid. I was holding this bid up this morning. You can rewind this stream and go watch me try to hold this bid up. I was just bidding the whole thing up, and I'm like, I'm good. If I can't get in, I probably can't get out. So I just let that go. If we get another bounce up here, guys, I'll try it. I'll try it again. I'm comfortable with that. I'd like to see us bounce off of this area here. See if we get another shot at 17. And I would try for the pullback off of there. That's a trade I wouldn't mind. What's up, buddy? Normally I don't see them that quick. All right, so that's PSKY. Let's keep going. Tesla, we just talked about. Corey, open. And RGTI. Open, consolidating. We also said this. Monster, like the past few days on Open Door, it's been ripping. Look at this volume. There's a good sign here. This consolidation has a lot of volume. I wouldn't be surprised if after hours this thing goes after hours with this amount of volume. You would normally like to see a low volume consolidation. You've actually got a good amount of volume here. This was after the Goldman Sachs news, I'm pretty sure. I've traded this a few times, so I gotta watch, because if I take a loss on it, I'm not going to be able to claim it, because I've traded this like 4 times the past 3 months, or twice, I think. Both of them were bounces. Okay, both of them were bounces off of that $8, $7 zone. Yeah, right here. You had this first one here, where it pulled into it. You had a nice support level. And the reason why, if you guys look at this stuff, right? Think about your portfolio when you look at this. That's a 15% move. Give me half of that. I'm good. I'm done for the week. Right? You had this major level down here, support, right? And look at that, right? Look at these percentages. That's 18% to 7. 33%. So, and there's a place where I posted this stuff as well, right? If you look on if you look around, you'll see me comment on things. But anyway, I digress. Man, this actually looks interesting. Look at the amount of volume it has today. I mean, you're still pushing over. You're pushing over and near 5 million shares. You've actually got more than yesterday. So this could get interesting. Look, it may just rally going into the end of the day. And I am debating whether or not to buy some right now on this pullback. Look at that test high a day. Big bow. It'll probably break this level because I can tell you that your 30, 15 minute, 30-minute trade line probably is like right around here. Let's see if I'm right. Let's go look at the 15-minute, 30-minute. Okay, I have the 15-minute here, down there at the bottom. There we go. I have that actually. So we have a level of resistance here. 850 minor prior resistance. All right, so there's our 15-minute. That's a good sign. Look how high it is. It's already your trade line with pre-market, okay, is at high a day, at the closing high. That's a good sign. Look, it's blasting right through that. Let's go to the 30-minute. 30 minutes right there also at 825. The thing you want to watch for is if you get too overextended. Yeah, this thing might just pull back. It might just pull back. It's just there's a lot of volume here. It says a lot of volume. I want to know what price Goldman Sachs got in at this. That's what I would love to know. I haven't looked it up yet or tried to find out. But if anybody has that information, I'd love to know it. At what price Goldman bought in on this? Or were they just, did they buy some and then like they were given the other half at a certain price? Like, do they own it at $254? Or they just flat out buy in? I don't know. I'm sure they're doing something. Just because they say, even if they bought in, there's something there where I'm sure they're catching a deal lower than market value. I could almost guarantee it. There's something there. Whether it's, you know, access to debt. I haven't looked into it, so I'm not going to speak on it. Anyway, that is open door. So let's just watch this 850 zone up here on open door. It's a little bit of resistance up here. Nice zone. We broke through this area with volume. Look at that volume that came in. So that's a nice hold up there. I would want it to consolidate just a little longer. If it starts breaking out, I think the chances that breakout gets taken back if you do it right now. Like, you're at a greater risk of a breakout and fail than if you were to spend a little time here. Like tomorrow afternoon, like that type of time. Like, do it tomorrow going into the bell. Something like that. That way you allow things to catch up. And that's still a short time, but it would at least give that 4-hour time frame time to catch up, because right now it's still at 780. Let's go. So trending names. Let's see here. Let me move this back up here. Let's move this here. All right. Core weave we talked about. It's down at support. Hims started to look good. When I was look, it took off. I was on the phone when this happened. Shit. So look at this. Really nice support level down here on Hims. That's this. Just give me 1 second. Let me. All right. Let's see. Why are my charts doing this now? So Hims was red, getting ready to go green, guys. Look at this. It's a little. I actually. This looks good. I feel like this could be a nice shake and bake. Hold up. And it's not going to hold. Watch. Let's see. So what's everybody's? What are you guys trading today? It's kind of one of those days I see. Is there any small caps? Anything going on today? Let me pull up the scanner real quick. Yeah, here we go. It's starting to pull back now. It's not really what I want to do. I'm going to get away from Hims, guys. I'm sorry. I had to look at this. I feel like that's a beautiful move there. Look at here's what I'm saying. Look at this. Look at the percentage on that, guys. That's a 7% move, 6% move. So, nice job for anybody that was there catching it. I'm sure there's not many people, but I know there's probably somebody.
It's time to ask more of our browser.
All right. Okay, so GLD, MP, Apple. Apple broke out today. Really nice consolidation. Be careful. It may be a little early for the breakout. Maybe not. Maybe it does break out. But what would be really cool, to get like a massive trade on this, like with continued upside, would be to see this consolidate for like a few weeks, if not like a month or two. Like if you just got this thing to sit here like this for like going into like January, something like that, kind of like what Tesla's doing. The longer it does it, fucking higher it's going to go, or to the downside. It's one or the other. So it looks like it may try to go now. That was a really nice consolidation from Apple. Pivot low. Boom. Pivot lows. Little support here at 275. Maybe we catch a pullback off of 275. Where's the Q's at? Okay. Okay. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock, so we're getting in there. We're getting into the thick of things. I may turn on CNBC if that is a problem. Let me know. 78. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it just hold. Look at that half-hour hold right there. Look at that. Just hanging on. That's a nice setup right there. But I think it's usage on demands to remove gay dating apps. Wait, so China told Apple to remove gay dating apps? They said no gays. You keep the gays with you. That's hilarious. Holy shit. No China. We don't want no China, no gay. Okay, you come to China, we do no gay. Holy shit, that's hilarious. I'm sorry. You see, Mr. Apple, Mr. Tim Cook, you see, there's one little problem. Yeah, what's that? G? It's the gays. We're not okay with this gay thing you got going on. It's fucking crazy. Apple caves to China's demands to remove gay dating apps. Holy cow. And let them tell you how fun it is and how great it is to live in China again. That's so funny. You can't even dictate your own life at all. Mm-mm-mm. I think they said that Australia. Never mind. I'm going to say it. 10 information technology stocks. Whale activity in today's session. All right. Not spying. You can spy on us, but it wasn't the spying, it was the gaze. It's just kind of funny that this conversation even had taken place. And how is Apple supposed to remove the apps, by the way? That doesn't make any sense. Because, I mean, honestly, like, couldn't you just make an app and kind of like side, like, have your own way to get put on there if you made an app? I don't know. Especially a dating app. You can say, no gay. I'm a girl, and this is a guy, or I'm a guy, and this is a girl. And really, when you guys, like, where there's a will, there's a way. I would assume. All right, anyway. Q's are still red. All right, so the Dow has a little ways to go. Let's up at resistance. I still can't get over the Qs, man. Like, the Qs are really weak, and nobody's talking about it on how, like, really weak they are in the IWM. I mean, if you look at this, the Qs, the NQ, they're still well below those previous lows from a week and a half ago. Right? I mean, they're kind of, I don't know. Like they're all in the gap, which is good. Like, here's the Dow. The Dow is pushing itself up there. Right? The SPY is like here. The SPY is like flirting around with these pivot lows, but the Qs are still, they haven't even tested that double, triple bottom low. They still haven't done it. So this is an early warning sign. Or it's all on how you want to read it. Is it a warning sign or is it a sign on where your long term should be? What weighting, where you should be heavier weighted than, have you nibbled on some biotech? Have you nibbled on some healthcare? Have you bought financials? If not, you may underperform. Anyway, let's see here. Starbucks. So we're just chilling between the gap fill. I want to say we kind of talked about that today. Just being stuck in that gap and kind of just chewing up time. Do we have any news yet about any openings from the government data? Let's see. So it's at the house. Let's see. Wednesday. What's this say? Wednesday. I'm not clicking on it. Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. So the House is possibly going to vote on it tomorrow. House return after the Senate passes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn this on so we kind of have an idea of what's going on. I'm not going to turn on the Squawk Box, but I'm going to go to TV just to see what people are talking about here.
We're going to be learning more about this. You can stay tuned over the course of the next few weeks. We'll be dropping tidbits. We'll be letting you guys know more information as it comes. So make sure you're subscribed, and then watching for any updates. And if you have any questions down the line, don't hesitate to ask. I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be big. And I hope you guys are excited for the Trader TV Academy, because we are.
These guys, listen,
Big Bear AI reporting
right now,
things, and look, there were some mixed
because they piss me the fuck off because they're nothing but liars. All right, just get that straight. All right, they talk a lot of shit. They don't take positions that they say they. Oh, we're long. Bang, we're long. Oh shit, when did we get long? I had no idea we traded that. When did that happen? All the time, all the time. Oh, it was on the morning watch list, this, that, and the third. Yeah, we blow. Now we're $1 in the money. Wait, when did you say that we even entered this position? All right. So you got to be a little, the business, the name of the game is always good, bang, making money. Everything is great 24/7. Even if I got to lie to you. Right? They got sponsors. Maybe we could do this one day, but be real about it, okay? But be real about it, and give heads up on, hey, we're gonna pull into this zone, we're gonna get long. All right, I'm long at so and so location. They don't do this. Listen, watch. Going into the end of the day, these motherfuckers are gonna talk so much shit. Watch. They may not today because there's not much going on, but tomorrow, some days I'm like, guys, what the. And the
if you just took the break when it held the $6 level, it got you the VWAP trade.
So I got this on for news.
Work.
Really,
literally rejected exactly $7 at 9:30. and then bounce pretty much exactly $6 a little bit later. Just give it the old, I think you got to let this one calm down for a couple of days. Maybe it heads back to the 200 period and you try to grab it there, or it puts in a higher low and can end up holding on to this 50 period. But I think it's in wait and see mode on BBAI. Doubt I trade it this afternoon unless it busts.
Right, I'm going through stocks that are trending.
There's too many
so
other
you guys
things that
know
are
what
trending
I'm
high. You
doing.
look at strong names like
The
Apple,
NQ just at the
Rivian
top end of that gap
Open
fill,
Door
just
broke the
hanging
high
out there.
today. So why be in BBAI until it calms down a couple of days? Great because it's up 10%, but if you day traded it today, you probably wanted to be short.
Yeah, I mean, that always happens on some of these names when they report. Like we saw Palantir report go to the downside, but these guys actually come out today pretty strong. And we watch out for that nice move to hold right now on Big Bear AI. I really love the fact that we got into that only -3 cents and beating there the -7 that was expected. We showed you that they had a pretty big
Wave
loss
is still falling, you guys.
prior couple quarters on
Still
Big
off
Bear
that
AI. So I
volume
think as
profile.
investors, we should probably be somewhat happy with the quarter that we just saw from them. And yeah, on the march to profitability, I don't know much about that Ask Sage. What they bought there and what that's all about. So maybe some more work into that if we're going to look at this as a longer term thing. But we talked about it before. We got the idea.
Just clicked on
People
it
asked
twice.
last
Look
week,
how long it's taking to come up.
when are we going to start to dip in and start to buy? Anytime you're at 200 period, it's pretty good. You'd had to get a little earlier than that, between 550 to 6. That very bottom net wasn't really tradable. So it's a nice move higher, but I think we all would have liked a bit, even a bit more than that. Like I'm not super happy that we didn't come close to that 750. So let's see if we can hold today and then.
All right, this is a support zone, but if this breaks,
I mean, literally they have AI in their name. So maybe today was SoftBank selling out of Nvidia and some of that, sort of
if this
negative
breaks,
secondary
guys,
stories. Maybe that hit the name just a bit here. Palantir did have, a sell after.
Then it could still get ugly, but
I think I agree with Neil. Let's see if we can hold this 50-period moving average, which is basically right here. It'll be interesting to.
I'm sorry, I just gotta go. I gotta get rid of it. I can't do it.
Dealing with a stubborn clog? Harris offers
I wish there was a way to consolidate this volume profile. I don't need it 1,000 yards to the right of the screen. I really don't. All right, so you start to fall here. All right, it really starts to open up once this gives up. But let's see. There's your volume point of control here. Let's look at the week. Same for the week. Let's go to the 4-hour. Dude, this thing's going to get ready. If you continue to break this level, it could get ugly, guys. Let me actually put a line here. So that's where we want to see if we could be a buyer at. I'm actually going to get rid of this because I have it. I hate that this is being. This shouldn't take me this long, but my computer is just acting up. I gotta close programs or something. I got way too much. Oh my gosh. This might be it for core weave. This is about to get ugly, guys. There's the break and retest. This is about to get ugly. I may take a reversal here on this. I know it's crazy. It's not Friday, though. I just wonder if we could get a little bit of a reversal. Man, that EPS was hideous. Look, they came out swinging $1.50. Last quarter was my... it's not bad. Never mind. I take that back. $92. Pfizer breaking out. It's about time. It's about time. Actually hasn't done bad. Too bad on the year. Let's go look at SMCI and some of these semiconductors. It's like a nice... What time is it? It's 2:27. I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to grab a sandwich real quick. Something to eat. GLTO. It's going to be a boring week, man. This sucks. Just a boring week. A little bit of support down here. Previous lows. Previous close. Look at GLTO breaking out, guys. Oh, this was the morning name that we had. Look at that. It held 15. GLTO. Oh my gosh, come on.
X gon' give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you.
God, Mother Nature needs to relax. So this is what somebody's saying about Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs will continue to be ranked as one of the most reputable and successful companies in the space age. I haven't read it, so I don't know if it's good or bad. We are barely scratching the surface of this mega time at the current market cap of 25 billion. Remember, they've only brought in 100 and some million. Keep that in mind per quarter. It remains one of the most attractive opportunities. Over time, both institutional and retail ownership will increase. Missions will get more complex. They will push the limits. It's bullshit. So the only response is the bros don't make any money. Rally or not. GLTO pushing up here, guys. So right now you're going into that previous high on a lot lower volume, mind you. A lot lower volume. I don't want to be that person, but if I short this, I may try to short it. It has held up, but this is very, very low volume here. All right, so this is that previous support on GLTO. Watch for pullbacks into 25. I'm going to make a sandwich. I will be right back. Watch for pullbacks into 25. How much are they? Is anybody having trouble shorting GLTO? Has anybody tried to short GLTO? If there's anybody here, I'm curious if anybody's tried to short it. Jesus Christ. I hate this fucking platform. Mixed with a slow ass computer. Very 17. Okay, so we have 30, which is a minor level. And then this little zone up here in front of 40. Fuck, I'm hungry. I want to just walk away and let this thing try to like rally a little bit more. It's 2:30. I want to short this. I do. Is there I'm such an idiot. I can't just say that. But I do want to short it. I do. I do. You know, they have a really nice gap there. You have really nice volume. I just don't know if it's enough volume. Anyone have thoughts on GLTO? Anyone have thoughts on this? I'm not saying why it was higher. Quadruples on acquisitions of Demora Therapeutics. Surge after the company acquired biotech company Demora Therapeutics and received gross proceeds of about 248.9, so 285 million from concurrent private placement. The stock more than quadrupled I mean, that makes sense. It's 285 million. I'm going to make a sandwich and I'll be right back. I'm going to throw on some CNBC here. Why? What? Watch it be a
Nvidia with 18th is going to be a very important earnings numbers to watch. Again, keep in mind that what goes up might also come down too. I mean, I remind a lot of listeners that if you go back and you just look at how many ETFs that Nvidia is included in now, I've pretty much been shocking a lot of clients lately, telling them it's about 1,600 ETFs that Nvidia is now included in. So I really hope that's a good number, that's a good print, and it's a great guide, because there's a lot hanging on that one particular stock for this overall market.
Yeah, the 19th, everybody needs to circle that in a big red Sharpie. That number is going to, I feel confident saying, move markets either way. Craig Johnson of Piper Sandler, always love your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, take care. All right, now let's get over to Seema Modi with a CNBC News update.
Brian, President Trump is reportedly planning to allow new oil and gas drilling off the California coast, likely setting up a clash with Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, the New York Times reporting the Interior Department could announce a proposal as soon as this week. It would clear the way for fossil fuel development along the coast for the first time in roughly 40 years. The Dallas Mavericks firing general manager Nico Harrison 9 months after his controversial Luka Doncic trade. The trade for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick was widely criticized as Doncic was selected to 5 straight All-Star and All-NBA first times from 2020 through 2024. The Mavericks' current 3-8 record is the first worst in the NBA right now. And Mercedes Formula One chief Toto Wolff will reportedly sell part of his 33% stake in the racing team at a $6 billion valuation. That's according to Sportico, which could not identify the buyer. If the sale does go through, it would be a record valuation for the sport following last month's $4.7 billion sale for a stake in the McLaren team. Brian?
And we have a new team coming next year. I just wonder, as a lifelong F1 fan, these numbers are getting pretty big. Seema, are you a Formula One fan?
I think I need to point that question to you, Brian, but you're all about cars. You tell me what you think about this. Yes, I think clearly people are trying to diversify and look at other ways to consume sports and entertainment, but what are your thoughts?
Well, we have the Cadillac team coming next year with Valtteri Bottas with a sweet mustache and mullet, and Sergio Perez. We'll see what that, so maybe it's a good time to sell it. A lot of valuation, a lot of money in F1, a lot of new fans too, by the way. But Seema Modi, thank you. All right. Let's get your motor running, because up next, things are about to get real. We have the CEO of The Real. That stock's up 35% today. You'll hear from her next.
So did it just halt? So I'm going to miss the short? I wanted to short that. I just said it before I left. Oh my God. No way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. As soon as I walk away, this thing halts down. Might be right back. I might have to grab another one. DJ Khaled. Another one. Hungry. All right, guys, I'm gonna go make another one. So look, you got this 15-minute trade line coming in up here. Let's just give it. I'm gonna try again. Let it do what it needs to do. Let it rally again. This wind is going crazy. Seriously, this wind is going crazy. I mean, listen, I would love for this thing. I would love for GLTO to just go ahead and fill the gap. I don't think you get that. I don't. There's a couple of things about this that I don't like. Usually, these gap fills, like this would normally be a perfect setup. Not to say that it can't happen, because we could come in. There's like a couple things that I'm leaving out, but there's a few things that I see just leads me to believe that the probability that that gap fill is not happening yet. Maybe a week from now, maybe tomorrow. But today, going into the close, that's not the side of the trade I'm looking at, and I could be wrong, right? There is that part of it too. I could be wrong here, but I gotta be honest. Right now I'm leaning to the short side with this, and again, just taking these few trades, like let me make this a point for anybody that is here that needs to hear this, right? This is the trade, right? I just said I'm making a sandwich. Let this thing rally to $37, wherever it wants to go. Let it go to 37.40, wherever it wants to go. Okay, I missed it. Whatever. Cool. I still think you get a bounce back. But look at this, right? Let's just say you saw that volume come in. Just look at that. That's 20% right there. So, you want to just take it off as you get paid. So if you take it, you get paid. Make sure you pay yourself, because you don't want to go to bed tonight or the sun to rise and or the sun to set with you having a green trade go red. It's just not a good feeling. It could throw your whole week off. You don't want it. You also don't want to fight the trend, so you shouldn't do that. Here's what I would look for. If you want to be long, I would look for this thing to consolidate here. 24 to 28, 24 to 30, and consolidate. Listen, the volume on this breakout it's not there. It is none. There is no volume on this breakout. So under normal circumstances, you would look for this to be a failed breakdown. And that's why you're seeing all that volume come in and that reversal. And look how sharp the reversal was. It wasn't all like, oh, we tried to hold 30 and we just chilled. No, that's a V top. And they're trying to be tricky, right? Look at the volume. Oh, it's not much volume. Yeah, wait for that bounce where people go to get long, right? You get long that, then it sucks more people in. They see the 15-minute trade line catching up. Everything's good. But at the end of the day, this breakout is on very low volume. So we're going to find out what happens. Me right now, I'm leaning to the short side. That's a nice 15% move right there, just to that long. If you can get 30, here, that's not a bad trade either. So you could play both sides to this. You can. Where's the? Of course you broke it. Of course you broke it. So, your 5-minute trade line, right? 5-minute trade line. It kind of held. You held it this morning. You had a nice wick. It can kind of fool with you. It's held. So let's see if it starts to reject. It has been an area of support and resistance, unless it's going to consolidate here. But that's there. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. This is going to get interesting. I'm hoping for another bounce. I really am. I hope we can get another bounce. I would really like to get another short. So I may play this both ways, to the long side and the short side. I'm going to try to hold off, though, and just wait for the short. Because I don't want to... I I don't want to try to do too much here, and I've missed a couple trades today. I have one trade on the SPY. It wasn't much money at all. It was really should have been a losing trade, but it was. I turned some profit on it, but in my book, that's a losing trade because it was a position I should have never taken. I didn't execute the position well, but I executed getting out of it. I did good getting out. Didn't do great going in. So user are starting to hold this up. I need to go grab my sandwich because I know this thing's about to probably try to bounce here, and I don't want to be gone. I don't want to miss this. I may be here for a little while after hours too, guys, with this GLTO. Here it goes. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can get a nice bounce here, man. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should just try for the long and then get short or just wait for the short. I don't mind the long here. I don't mind it. Stop loss is where it should be. You know, I'd say you got to give it a little bit of room. Yeah, at least got to give it below 24. See, there you go. It's pulling back. Now, risk to reward's getting even better now. I would have my stop loss at least down by like 22.50, and that's about 8% away to make 20%. You know, because you can have a wick down here, right? You've already kind of held it as support, but you could go to like 21.50, 21.13, and then it just rips right back up. $22.30. Man, please let me get a short, please. Please bounce so I can get another shot at this. Fuck, it's breaking. It's breaking down. God damn it. I missed another one. I didn't eat all day. I didn't eat all day, and the second I go to eat, this fucking thing wants to break down. Oh my god. It's fully recorded right here. Right before I ate, I said, guys, I want to look to short this, but what I'm going to do while this rallies up to 30, you know, that 36 zone, whatever, I'm going to go just make a sandwich. I come back and it fucking does that, and then it sells off, and I was only gone for fucking 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the most. Fudge, bro. It's okay. It's 3 o'clock. We still have an hour. We Still have an hour here. Oh my God, look at all these levels. I have way too many levels on here. We're not even near 80, and I got levels up at 80. Get rid of it. I do have the gap. I do have that on here, which I don't mind. At 60. 58, whatever you want to call it. All right. So multiple times it's held $20. Again, you got to give it a little room here if you're trying to go long. Ugh. Let's see. See if the tape picks up here. I think I think I think I'm gonna short this bounce. I'm gonna try to short this bounce. All right, so here's our time in sales. they see now they're stepping it up on. Look at that. Somebody trying to come in there with 25K to the buy side. 25,000 shares. Somebody's really trying to buy the hell out of this thing. They're probably short already. That's what it is. Or somebody that I don't know where, who, what, but there's only a few reasons why somebody would have 25,000 shares to sell. What is that? 2.5 million? Is that the math on that? Let's see. Let me pull up the calculator real quick. If I can even get to it, but I got to keep my eyes on this. Got to do my job. I don't need to worry about another position. I need to worry about my position. I need a coffee. Come on, just break out again. You know you want to. It wants to, but it doesn't want to. Come on, let's go. Come on. Just fucking sitting here wasting time when I could have already probably made a sandwich by now. But listen, the second I get up and go away, the motherfucker wants to move. What's the price here? on. All right, guys, I'll be right back. This isn't. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. This isn't playing out how I wanted. What time is it? It is 3:08, 3:10. So we have just a couple more minutes before this candle closes. This as in the 15-minute. Oh my gosh, this wind. My neighbors are going to lose their fucking trash can. They're going to lose it. It's just been. I'm surprised they haven't already. All right, so here you go. You're at this support prior resistance level. This is a pretty key level here. This is going to tell you a lot on how. Look, it doesn't even want to hold it up. Jesus goodness. All right, I'm going to exit out of this. I missed that trade. I'm going to make another sandwich and drown my sorrows in food again. Maybe I'm just going to jump back to the overall markets now because that was an opportunity there that I clearly missed because I chose to eat. I have been live since 7 o'clock this morning and I have not ate other than crackers and a Red Bull all day. So but whatever. All right. Second I give in. I'll just leave this up here. You still have this flat top high. I'm going to walk away and see if it bounces. I'll be right back. Let's throw in some CNBC real quick.
Just off Capitol Hill. All right, so Lauren, we got this noise out of the way, it looks like, right? Government's going to reopen. We can stop thinking about that and start focusing on what really is going to happen between now and the end of the year. Are we set up pretty good, you think?
I do think we're set up well. We have a Fed that is in a sort of cutting or easing impulse, including with quantitative easing ending here in a couple of weeks. Earnings season is just about over. Results have been quite good. And I'd argue that the setup that we have with the government shutdown ending this week still leaves room for a separate Santa Claus rally towards the end of the year. So we see full steam ahead through the end of the year and a constructive backdrop for the first half of 2026.
Does the Fed play a role in this, Jordan, between now and the end of the year? Like in December, they have a chance to add a little more gas to the rally in December, or maybe they pull the rug out from under everybody.
There's some risk for the rug to be pulled out. You know, clearly Powell doesn't like to operate monetary policy while we're operating in a bit of a data fog, right? And I think you can't put your hat on a lot of data that we get coming out of October because the data just hasn't been collected. And so I think there's a possibility that, you know, I still think there's another cut on the table, but perhaps they skip December, they wait till January to move before they've got some more reliable data. You know, I still think this is a Fed that's biased toward easing. The big wild card is how much they ease, particularly next year in 2026. Markets have them getting down to 3%. I think they go in December and January, and they're done after that.
Does December matter, do you think?
I mean, I think what matters is, are we 1 to 2 cuts from the end, or is it more? If he's right that we're done in January and that is not a consensus view today, but becomes one, that would make one of the two pillars a little weaker, for sure, because I think people think the skew is dovish beyond January, but longer. But he makes a great point. Like, we don't have government data, so we're going to get a bunch come in, and by the way, are we on until January 30, and then we're off again, and we don't have you know, there's a little bit of uncertainty about the data we're getting in on the jobs front. I think their bias is to stay dovish. And, you know, look, the data show when we have a strong Q1 through Q3, on average, Q4 is good. I think everyone knows that, and you can get a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I will say the weaknesses in earnings season I see were really in the consumer spending side. And if you look across restaurants, cruises, some of the more discretionary stuff, it's slowing
terrible.
for
We
sure.
went down the list on halftime today. There were probably 25 to 30 names in front of me where they either comps were bad, the guidance was bad.
Management commentary, yeah, for sure.
Massive K-shaped economy going on here.
100%. Yeah, and look, that's, you know, we talked about, I think I got a little carried away when I said Kohl's was obviously zero a couple years in the air, but there's those kind of businesses.
You can get carried away from time to time.
A little bit, but I like, you know, get a little lathered up, but that's our biggest underweight discretionary. I still think, you know, our short ideas we pitched on the beginning of the year, Chipotle, Sprouts. I don't think you want to do discretionary stuff in this environment because there's too many things that are slowing. But does that mean 41.2% is the big 8? I think you want to own those, right? So I think you can still be constructive. The market ends higher this year, and then we'll see about the Fed and the AI productivity next year. I think it's too early to get, bullish for, forever.
If I told you that you could not talk about anything related to tech and AI, what would you do? What would you talk about that you like the best?
We are spending a lot of time right now thinking about diversification for our clients. This is I would say, high conviction growth market over the next 6 months, but some of your other key drivers of portfolios, like yields, like the dollar, are really at odds with just unforecastable policy change. And so we are taking benchmark weight with the S&P 500, staying invested, but using the marginal dollar to buy into some of the cyclical trades like small caps, like value, to balance with some gold, to really bring, I'll use the unspoken word that Adam used earlier, bonds. We're quite constructive on credit in the first half of the year, specifically in high yield. So we're using the sort of extra cash, let's say, to build some portfolio balance.
What about you?
Well, I very much agree a lot with what Lauren said. This is probably going to be an environment where the yield curve continues to steepen out. But it's going to twist steeper, right? I think we're a little bit bearish on duration in the long end of the curve, but the Fed still probably has another, 1 or 2 cuts in the chamber. And in that environment, that's supportive of credit markets. That tends to be supportive for financials and value. I think some components of the OBBBA are going to bode well for industrials and some CapEx. And so, I do agree some of that kind of cyclical value. And then perhaps maybe a bit of a contrarian view against kind of Adam's point earlier, in an environment where refund checks, potentially, larger refund checks, tariff checks, that's going to boost the consumer. We may start to see a bit of an uptick in some of the consumer. We'll see. You never want to write anything off in this this administration.
The tax will help.
I'd say quickly on that, look, the mega large cap universe in the U.S. is 80% growth, 5% value, and 15% kind of in between. So you can't be a mega large cap value investor. That's not a thing. I think the most contrarian idea we have, it's been wrong until the last 3 months, it's worked, is healthcare. I think the market's told me 0% chance healthcare is the best performing sector in the market over the next 5 years. I think it's like 30 or 40%. So I want to position for that, and I like how it acts on days where people are selling some of the AI trade. I think it's pretty diversifying. So that's kind of the area I'm focused on.
Well, it's leading today. Great conversation. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We'll see everybody again soon. To Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Scott. Well, let's start with shares of the Real. Those are soaring right now, 36% after the online reseller raised its full-year guidance. AI also played a role. The firm expects AI to handle up to 40% of all items processed by the end of the year. Its younger demographic and demand for secondhand luxury goods also driving shares higher. Shares of Centerspace popping 11% after a report that the real estate company is exploring a potential sale. The report says the company is working with advisors as it fields takeover interest, but talks are early and Centerspace could remain independent. Shares are up about 12%, but slipped around 1% so far this year. And lastly, Coinbase shares are pulling back on a Fortune report that the company is calling off its $2 billion deal for stablecoin startup BVNK. It isn't immediately clear why Coinbase ended the talks, which became exclusive last month, and that's why you're seeing shares down about 4%. Both of these reports just coming out right now, Scott.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Christina, thanks. Back to you in just a bit. We're just getting started. Up next on this Veterans Day, we're sitting down with the men behind a veteran-owned and operated investment bank. Chance Mims and Phil McConkey join us right here, post 9, after the break.
So it is what it is. It looks like I'm gonna miss that. The risk to reward now isn't really worth it. We are underneath this level. Maybe I could look to. Maybe I'll look back and see if it makes sense to take it up here. I think you could get a breakout back through 26, 25, 26, whatever you want to call it. That would be 25.50. 25. See, I don't know. Let me see. See if I can put up a 5-minute chart. But this level right here, it's like a range, right? It's back from this previous high. Let's see. 19.8. This sucks, man. This thing just fell out of bed. I just said on here before I ate that I wanted to short it. And it literally, this would have made my week. This trade would have made my week. I wouldn't have had to trade again. Like, this would have been a really nice move for me. Fucking 30%. You gotta be kidding me.
Welcome back. On this Veterans Day, we salute those who have served our great country. Here at the New York Stock Exchange, Academy Securities, a veteran-owned and operated investment bank, will ring the closing bell today. Joining us now at Post 9, Chance Mims, founder and CEO of Academy, along with the firm's president and former New York Giants great Phil McConkey. It's great to have you guys back in what has been a tradition for us, and we're so happy about it.
Thank you for having us.
I'd love to hear from both of you because what matters most to me is hearing from you about what this day means to you. Phil, you go first.
Well, personally, not only did we serve and the great veterans, but I have a daughter that just graduated from the United States Naval Academy.
Wow.
This past May. Her name is May, and she's actually at the basic school in Quantico, Virginia right now. Going to be a Marine Corps officer because he's a lot tougher than her dad.
You managed to do okay. We could talk about a little football later, of course, but what about you, Chance?
I got to tell you, Veterans Day is absolutely incredibly meaningful to me. You know, our firm being military veterans, run and owned, you know, but it's bigger than just veterans. I mean, it's an all-volunteer force, the best U.S. military, the best military force in the history of the world, and it's all volunteer, and it's incredible. And so it's about celebrating the United States as well and the opportunities we have here.
For those who don't know, how would you describe the ethos of Academy?
Well, we own and operate by military veterans, so we're bringing in military veterans right out of the military, and that's really what we're going after. We're going after the culture that they bring from coming out of the military. You know, that leadership that they learn there. That they're touching technology. They're team players. And they're about service. You know, they didn't sign up for the paycheck in the military. They signed up to be about something bigger than themselves. So any company out there would want that, to be able to change the culture, improve the culture from the inside out of their company. It's an incredible opportunity.
How would you define that?
Yeah, that's
People are
one part of.
I'm so
what
against
makes us,
billionaires. This is the
so
stupidest
efficient
shit
in what
I
we
ever
do,
heard.
Especially for our customers, it's adding value.
Stupidest shit I ever heard.
Hiring, training, mentoring, transitioning military veterans is, again, that one part of it. The other is adding this differentiated value. We've got 3 dozen now subject matter experts, admirals and generals who have their finger on the pulse of the geostrategic risk.
CNBC didn't say it. Bro, if this thing falls out of bed, look, it's just. I'm getting aggravated. I can just tell. I'm already it's the end of the day. I'm starting to get aggravated. I fucking missed it. I missed the trade. It is what it is. So I'm going to be patient. I'll probably stream until after hours here because I wouldn't mind trying to get an opportunity on this. It's given you follow through, in my opinion. It's given follow through on both sides of the trade. Follow through on the downside, follow through on the pullback. So we look for this bounce here. You see where we said to set our stop loss and why? That it would have had to have been down in, down past this zone down here. What did we say? 2150 or so? This whole area could be support. Come on. Climb back up with like no volume, please. That's totally different. It's not different. You have a product and you sell it. No, that's not the change in America. They're going to get over then. If you have a business, you try to get the most amount as you can when you sell it. It is what it is. And guess what? If you hold out and it's too high and they don't buy it, you're left holding the bag and you didn't get that come up. This is why the shit on TV is trash because they're not going to say that. Oh, I won $1 billion for my company. Okay, cool. And then somebody doesn't give it to you. Then what? Now you're not getting the 100 mil, the 500 mil, the 750 mil because you thought you were good at negotiations, and you know, you just like someone wins, you could also lose. All right. I'm just going to turn on CNBC and I'm just going to wait and be patient here. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Shout out all of our military members.
All right, coming up next, Apple's blessing in disguise, the headline around AI spend that got us talking today. Kovac and Kantrowitz, they are standing by to discuss as well. The Bell will be right back.
So why did you come back if you're going to be right back? That makes no fucking sense. We'll be right back. I just wanted to come back to let you know we'll be right back. Starting to lose my. Looks like I'm going to leave GLTO alone for a little bit. I'm going to look over here on another chart, and I want to see if Tesla is gearing up for a bounce. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to probably delete all these levels that I have, and I'm just going to start fresh. It's been a slow week for me. It's been a slow week. The same week that I come back, it's been really slow, which is okay. It's okay. Markets have had a really nice couple months there. We have some earnings after the bell. Why is app? Oh, CoreWeave. Let's look at CoreWeave, Tesla. So Tesla's back below this level. I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like maybe not. Could we get a nice little? Could we take a long into the bell?
All right, welcome back. Of all the mega cap tech companies doling out hundreds of billions in capex, one name has escaped much of that scrutiny. Apple, often criticized for being late to the AI party. Might that now be a bit of a blessing? We're joined now by CNBC tech reporter Steve Kovac and Big Technology's Alex Kantrowitz, a CNBC contributor, of course. Mr. Kovac, I'll come to you first. Oh, how things change in perception. We're obsessing over all this money being spent by the hyperscalers, and Apple's like, wait, we haven't spent that much? We haven't spent that much?
They are saying that, but they are saying, Scott, that they are spending more than they ever have before. And I'm glad we're talking about this now because this kind of got overlooked during earnings. We were getting so excited about that boost in iPhone sales. But take a look at the operating expenditures. Now, on the earnings call just a couple of weeks ago, Kevin Perek, he's the CFO of Apple, he was talking a lot about the increase in OpEx and tied that to research and development and more specifically artificial intelligence. It was up 11% year over year for that September quarter, and it's going to jump up to 20% in the December quarter now. Again, all of that for AI. And by the way, when we talk about CapEx, though, and the data center part of the equation, they are building their own servers for that, but they're not spending tens of thousands of dollars on Nvidia chips. Apple Intelligence runs on the same chips that power MacBook and Mac computers. So they're able to do that for, let's call it hundreds of dollars per chip instead of tens of thousands of dollars per chip. And we also know that they're talking to Gemini, potentially other partners, Google that is, Google's Gemini product, to run on those servers more efficiently than perhaps they can run on these big giant data centers that all the others are spending so much on, Scott.
I mean, we're showing, let's put the wall back up, guys, if you could, please, because, I mean, it really tells the whole story. You look at the total spend of $101 billion, and there's Apple all the way on the right, $3.25 billion.
Yep.
AK, what do you make of that?
Well, they are spending more, but I don't quite know what they're getting for the money. And also, I do think it's a liability. If Apple's strategy is, hey, we're not going to try to develop AI internally and we're just going to buy our AI from Google, you're really trusting your destiny when it comes to AI to a different company. I don't think that's a wise move. We see that Microsoft, which has just freed itself up from OpenAI's restrictions that it wasn't able to go out and try to pursue artificial general intelligence or superintelligence, really what that means is powerful AI. The second they signed that deal, now the head of Microsoft AI, Mustafa Suleyman, is talking about pursuing superintelligence because, as he put it to me recently, if you're a $3 trillion company, you don't want to leave this very important technology to someone else. Now, Apple is a $4 trillion company. I think it makes sense to invest, to try to make this work. For whatever reason, they haven't gone in as far as the others have. And for now, that looks great. But the question is what happens over time.
I mean, Steve, I guess they have arguably the best balance sheet of the group.
Easily.
Right? I mean, they're sitting on like
about 200
Mount Everest of cash, right?
Yeah, about 200 billion. And look, we make this joke all the time. Before we even started talking about AI, their biggest acquisition is always their own stock through buybacks and so forth. They're not an acquisitive company, at least in a significant way. They buy small companies. But I want to go back to what Alex was saying and all this development about AGI or superintelligence or whatever you call it. That is very nebulous, and that is not an area Apple likes to play in. We already know, let's go back. That is correct, that tens or hundreds of millions of people want to use every day. Apple hasn't done it. None of these hyperscalers have done it. Microsoft hasn't done it yet, even though they're trying to. And so using another technology until this path becomes sort of more clear, not AGI, not superintelligence, whatever you want to call it.
Damn it.
Seems like a smarter move in the meantime.
Oh my God, bro. I wanted to buy this motherfucker when it was down at 300, 320.
Again, I point back to the R&D spend that's going up enormously. And by the way, the CFO also said on the call, they're able to do that because their margins continue to expand because of the strength of the services business. So they're able to spend a lot more on those operating expenditures and R&D. Will something come out of it? Who knows? But we don't know if anything's going to come out of this enormous spending from all these other guys, too.
And since, AK, we're talking about all this spending, we might as well talk about
Nova
the growing
Nordis
level of debt. I mean, you can't talk about
bouncing back up
one
into
without
the
talking
support
about the
zone
other. Now, whether it's an issue or not,
for whatever reason.
isn't even really the question, I don't think. It's just how this big build out
I mean, we know we
is
got
being
the
financed.
we had
What
the
do you make
Pfizer
of that?
deal and stuff, but
I think it's dangerous. I think it's absolutely dangerous. And there are certain very legitimate questions that have been raised about whether all this spending and now borrowing is going to pay off. And all of Silicon Valley is chasing this.
This is the new thing to talk about, the debt for this AI stuff. I mean, give me a break. They just I mean, I get it. Like something like they're making 3 billion and owe 30 billion or something. Bloomberg did something on it this morning. It makes sense, but I'd give it a little bit of time.
Financial movements on some of these tech companies taking on a lot of debt, and that is dangerous, as we know. So those that are raising the alarm, I think, are right in their concern on that front.
Some of the ones you cover too, Steve.
You gotta. They're looking at it from the perspective of the borrowing factor and not from the perspective of the person that's lending it, because there's obviously requirements there that are met. And if there isn't, there isn't. That's on them. Then that's not just data centers, AIs, but that's banks and financials can also go down too. So we'll see.
And is there. They have the guarantee from OpenAI in a way that Oracle does not have guarantees, in a way that so many of these other deals from OpenAI aren't guaranteed money. They're kind of aspirational numbers being thrown out, whereas Microsoft is playing a better or more strategic game in that they're partnering with different neoclouds overseas, and then also being very deliberate about the commitments they make in the cloud so they don't overextend themselves. And we've just seen them ramp up their spending because of that, Scott.
Gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Kovac and Kantrowitz, we all enjoy it. We'll see you soon. Coming up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into this close once again. Christina Partsinevelos is back to tell us what's at the top of the list.
Quantum, because one name is falling despite better than expected earnings. And I also have a grocery delivery name jumping on a Wall Street upgrade. I promise we'll break down those names and, of course, more right after this.
Guys, I may end up getting out of here. I know there's nobody here, but have a good rest of your day. Let's see hopefully tomorrow's better. I'm a little upset. I missed out on a few trades today. I took one trade, a little bit of money, but it was really a losing trade because it was a trade I should have never been in to begin with. I'm going to be watching GLTO going into the bell. All right, never mind. It's already doing it now. Now, why? You know what's crazy? Why? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. LFS looks like it's going, guys. What is going on here? Is this? Okay, it looks like we're going to start having a short squeeze type of week, guys. This is madness. Madness. Holy shit. Wow. I'd be watching for things popping left and right now, so I would keep things on watch here. And fucking Tesla started to rally going into the bell. I figured it would. That's okay. I'm not mad about that. The question is should we just go ahead and take this for a pullback? I can't do it with the Dow. We're still just chopping along in this gap on the Qs, and the Dow is screaming higher. So I'm not going to try to just get cute and short something as much as I would like to. I mean, this is at a critical level. You could say that. You could say, hey, it's at the level. I need to take it. Well, I could also argue the level you need to go back and retest would be 445. Dow is at resistance. SPY also trying to get to resistance. It's got a little room to go. The SPY is above that gap. I gotta figure out what I'm doing. I feel like I gotta come better prepared, or I mean, I really can't say that. Never mind. Let me just fall back because this was a type of day where we said things could be slow. Right? There's not really any earnings. You had Nvidia and Meta. I missed Nvidia. We were watching it, and I missed Tesla. I missed those trades. So that's on me. That is on me. No harm, no foul. So Aglo. I think Aglo.
Our biggest inflation trader is actually this random guy from Kansas. He's never traded financial markets in anything, but he's made so much money because he's very, very good at predicting inflation by reading the news and everything. There's a lot of people, they're able to become very, very big experts in something. From a lot of the users, what we learned is it's the first time they have a way to monetize what before were hobbies for them. So for example, we have markets on Rotten Tomato scores or things related to music, and you see a lot of people that have no background in finance whatsoever. It's very exciting to hear from them which markets they want us to list. They bring more people that have similar interests, and we get a lot of these communities. When we started, we also thought, is it going to be that only the big funds are going to be able to make all the money? It's very, very far from it being the case. Our biggest inflation trader is actually this random guy from Kansas. He's never
Shit, my mic's not even.